Chapter 2178. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, there were many ways to add flowers to embroidery, and even more to add insult to injury. After learning that the last saint of the Nico family had died, and that the family's restrictions had somehow exploded, the 5 great clans that had not expressed their stance toward Zichin took the initiative to attack. In addition, some of the previously inconspicuous forces also began to stir. Their strength was limited, and they were unable to make a move on those large trading grounds. Instead, they went to those small trading grounds and began to loot one shop after another. It had to be said that when these small forces joined forces, they were a force that could not be underestimated. The news quickly spread to the Gung family, causing a commotion in the family. The Nico family was previously stronger than the Gung family. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, more than half of their resources had been plundered, and many of their trading sites had changed owners. While many of the Gung family's disciples were gloating, the higher-ups of the Gung family gathered together. From their expressions, one could see the obvious anxiety and worry. They saw Zichen's shadow in this incident. This was a response to the previous incident, a real revenge. This time it was the Nico family. Once the Nico family was destroyed, the Gung family would definitely be next. What should we do now? Do we just watch the Nico family be destroyed? An elder had a worried look on his face. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't wait for the Nico family to be destroyed. However, the current situation was special. The 2 families were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Their fates were closely linked. They didn't want the Nico family to be destroyed. When the Nico family is destroyed, I'm afraid the next family will be our Gung family. Another elder sighed. The other elders were silent, and their expressions were very solemn. The purpose of our troops was to establish a relationship with the Doff family. Now that we have caused the family to fall into a crisis, the Doff family is also responsible. Can we contact the Doff family and ask them for help? A green-robed elder said. The Doff family has always been mysterious. How can we ask for help? Besides, this incident was handled by Gung Yuanmin. Even if we find the Doff family, what reason can we use to talk to them? The Gung family's great elder sighed. It's all because of that damned Gung Yuanqi. Not only did he court death, he even dragged down the entire family. The elder in the green robe said with a gloomy expression, if it was in the past, he certainly wouldn't dare to say these words. However, Gung Yuanqi's soul imprint had disappeared, which proved that he had been killed by Zichin. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of a dead person. Moreover, because this matter was agreed upon by the patriarch, many elders had reservations at that time, so only these elders were present at this meeting. As for the patriarch, after receiving the bad news that all 4 saints had fallen and seeing Gung Yuanshin's dissipated soul, he had already apologized with his death under the pressure of a group of elders. The great elder said in a deep voice, our top priority is to protect the Nico family. We can't let them fall. Our Gung family won't be able to protect them if something happens to them. Then what should we do now? Send reinforcements, the great elder said. According to the news, the Nico family's great array suddenly exploded for some reason. Now, the 5 families, led by the Meng family, have all gone there. I'm afraid it's too late to send reinforcements now, the elder in the green robe said. Then directly attack the core areas of the 5 families and force them to retreat. No matter what, our goal is to protect the Nico family. After the great elder spoke, the Gung family quickly gathered a team and left the Gung family's residence for the core areas of the 5 families. However, as soon as they left the Gung family's area, they saw a person blocking the front of the team. It was a very young man standing in the sky, holding a long black scabbard in his left hand. Seeing the large team coming over, he had no intention of giving way. Who are you? How dare you block the Gung family's path? Are you courting death? A leading false saint walked out from behind and shouted coldly at the young man. The young man looked at the false saint with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Soon the smile turned cold. The false saint stepped forward, holding the scabbard in his left hand in front of his chest and unsheathing the blade with his right hand. Swoosh! A golden blade light appeared. Pure saint energy surged within this blade light. It was like a waterfall as it slashed forward. This is saint power. When the false saint saw the blade, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of horror appeared on his face. He desperately urged the energy in his body to form layers of defense. At the same time, he retreated, trying to block the blade. Seeing the saint power blade, he couldn't summon the slightest thought of resisting. As long as he could survive this blade, he would be lucky. The speed of the golden blade light was far beyond his imagination. Before he could take a step back, the blade light had already arrived in front of him. The blade light turned into a waterfall and swept past the false saint's body. Then it moved forward and swept past many Gung family cultivators who couldn't dodge in time. The others' faces changed drastically. They cried out in alarm and retreated, but there were still too many people who couldn't retreat in time. As the waterfall-like blade light disappeared, the cultivators who couldn't retreat in time all froze. They stood there motionless as if they were frozen. At the same time, their faces were frozen with shock and fear. Bang! 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 A burst of energy surged, and the bodies of these frozen cultivators suddenly separated from the middle. Blood gushed out, and they lost their vitality one by one and fell to the ground. All the cultivators within the range of the blade light lost their vitality, including the 3 false saints. With just one blade, the large team suffered heavy losses, which terrified them. The sheathed long blade had been sheathed. The young man stood in the air with a cold expression. It was quiet all around. It could even be said that it was dead silent. Everyone looked at the young man in horror, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. The young man alone had intimidated a group of people. Run. Facing this invisible pressure, they felt that even breathing had become difficult. The threat of death shrouded their hearts. It was not known who shouted, but it seemed to have resonated with everyone. The group of cultivators turned around and ran back. In their opinion, only in their families would they be safe. Swoosh! Looking at the Gung family cultivators who turned around and ran, the young man drew his blade again. The waterfall-like blade light swept past everyone's bodies again, and more cultivators fell from the sky. In the Gung family's base camp, the guards guarding the restriction saw the people who had just left not long ago and turned back. They knew that the young man went to the core area of the 5 families to intimidate them, but they did not understand why he suddenly turned back. Open the restriction and let us in. That person is here. He's here to kill. 5 false saints have died. Hurry up and open the restriction. Still some distance away from the formation, these cultivators from the Gung family shouted loudly. They were not injured, but they looked very frightened, seeing how easily the false saints were killed, and seeing that strange sheathed long blade, they guessed the young man's identity when they fled. However, it would have been better if they hadn't shouted. Perhaps these people would have let them in. However, as the shouts fell, the elder who had heard the news stood in the middle of the restriction and shouted loudly, "The restriction can't be opened. It can't be opened." Below, the people of the Gung family had run to the gate of the family, but they could not open the restriction. In the distance, shrill screams still sounded. "Damn it! Hurry up and open the restriction and let us in. Do you want to kill us? Hurry up and open the restriction. Elder, Zi-Chin is here. Hurry up and open the restriction and let us in." Roars came from below. The elders' expressions did not change at all. They all looked at the dense forest in front of them indifferently. Screams kept coming from the dense forest, but there was no trace of Zi-Chin. The continuous screams filled the cultivators of the Gung family who had run to the restriction with great difficulty, but were still blocked by the restriction, were full of despair. The sounds of killing gradually stopped. No more cultivators could be seen running out of the dense forest in front of them. Obviously, the remaining people were all killed. Everyone held their breath and stared at the dense forest in front of them. A moment later, a black-robed figure walked out of it. The restriction was still not opened. When these people saw the black-robed figure, they were terrified and despaired. However, Zichen did not continue to move forward. He stood at the edge of the dense forest and looked at them indifferently, then turned and left. These people breathed a sigh of relief. Many of them collapsed to the ground as if they had lost all their strength in an instant. That's Zichen. Damn it. His purpose was to stop us. Seeing this scene, the great elder's expression became more and more indifferent. What should we do? If we can't help, wouldn't we have to wait for the Nico family to be destroyed? At that time, wouldn't it be our Gung family's turn? An elder said with a very ugly expression, "That's not the most serious problem. The most serious problem now is that Zichen has been guarding the outside world. Our people can't get in touch with the outside world. All the shops have been destroyed by the enemy, and we may not even know about it. What we will face next is the siege of all the forces in the entire star field." The great elder looked up at the sky and sighed. "Gung Yuancha, the great foundation of our Gung family has been ruined by a greedy thief like you." At this time, there was no use regretting it. Gung Yuancha was dead after all. If they could not find a way to resolve this situation, the entire Gung family would follow in the footsteps of the Nico family. Moreover, they had reason to believe that Zichen's hatred for them was stronger than the Nico family's. "Let's reconcile." The great elder sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this, we can only reconcile with Zichen. We admit our mistakes and accept the price we have to pay." There seemed to be no better way than this. The other elders were silent for a moment before unanimously agreeing. Thus, the cultivators outside entered the dense forest again under the elders' orders. However, this time they went with a mission, so they had some confidence in their hearts. However, Zichen did not appear at all. It was as if he had completely disappeared. However, when they gathered again, Zichen appeared again to kill. The elders' hearts were completely cold. It was obvious that Zichen had made it clear that he would not reconcile. In this world, not everything could be reconciled. Let them come in first. It seems that we can only defend this place to the death. The great elder waved his hand, and the restriction was fully opened. These people walked towards the restriction, and their tense hearts finally relaxed. Among the crowd, a cultivator from the Gung family revealed a cold smile. Chapter 2179. Since the saints of the two great families had been killed, the Nickel Star sector, which had been peaceful for too long, was reignited with the flames of war. This was a battle that involved the entire star sector. All forces were involved, including the former vassal forces and loyal allies of the Nico family. Their purpose of appearing was not to provide timely assistance, but to add insult to injury. Many of the forces were the first to express their stance, drawing a clear line with the Nico family. Then, they quickly destroyed the Nico family's shops to show their hatred for the Nico family. Not to mention those large forces and families. Even some mercenaries had recently joined in the battle in the form of teams, wanting to get a share of the spoils in this turmoil. In addition, the rogue practitioners also formed temporary teams and attacked the Nico family shops to compete for some resources. The entire star sector was in chaos, but there were no large-scale battles. All the battles were deliberately targeted at the Nico family. As a result, the Nico family was destroyed even faster. Among these forces, the three teams under Zichen's command had all participated in the battle. Needless to say, the slaves rescued by Zichen had already awed the entire Nickel Star sector with their fighting strength. The former space pirates also had impressive fighting strength after forming a large scale. On the contrary, the Glory clan, who had been free for too long, had weaker fighting strength. However, Zichen's move focused on training them. Although they did not gain much and their progress was not very fast, their fighting strength had increased a lot. This war lasted for several months. All of the Nico family's shops were destroyed, and the entire family was in decline. As for the Nico family's old nest, it was also forcibly occupied by the five forces. However, When they tried to break into the treasury, they were dumbfounded to find that there were no resources inside. After thinking for a while, they understood the reason. The remaining members of the Nico family were still fleeing, but these forces obviously did not care about them now. Their next target was the Gung family. The first to bear the brunt were the shops of the Gung family. After losing contact with the main family, these shops had long been in chaos. Many people had fled, and some had even joined the ranks of the Nico family to rob them. As the five forces began to deal with the Gung family, the other forces, big and small, rushed into the Gung family shops like hungry wolves. Another round of looting began. This time, everyone was even more efficient. After several months, the Gung family and the Nico family no longer had any trading grounds in the entire Nico Star area. All of them had changed owners. The ones who reaped the most benefits were naturally the five forces that were the first to make preparations. The other forces also reaped quite a bit of benefits. After the continuous battles, all the forces had formed a kind of tacit understanding, and these people knew very well why this battle was so smooth. So when the five forces suggested that everyone should hand over 60% of the Saint energy crystal fragments that they had snatched, no one had any objections. This was because as long as they handed over the Saint power crystal chips, the other resources would not be accepted by the five forces. In other words, if a team had plundered enough resources to exchange for 10 Saint power crystal plates, but they did not have a single Saint power crystal plate, they would not have to pay a single cent. Of course, all of this had to be voluntary. Some of them were deliberately hidden, and these forces couldn't do anything about it. However, the number of Saint power crystal fragments that they had collected had reached a terrifying number. After all the Saint power crystal fragments in a star area were tallied up, the number was naturally huge. On a certain day, all the forces gathered and walked towards the Gung family's base camp. Here, they would have the final battle. Outside a dense forest, they saw Zi-Chin. These days, Zi-Chan would appear in the sight of the Gung family's cultivators from time to time, and they were so scared that they did not dare to appear casually. "You're finally here. If you came any later, you wouldn't have seen me." Looking at Xing-Chin and Brilliant, who came with the five patriarchs, Zi-Chin smiled. The five patriarchs did not understand Zi-Chen's meaning and looked confused. Xing-Chin asked, "How was it? Did it go well?" Zi-Chin nodded and said, "It went very well." "That's good." Xing-Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "They kept their word and gave me the Saint power crystal fragments. I guarantee that the number will be satisfactory. My lord, what should we do next? Are we going to attack by force?" Meng family's patriarch asked. Zi-Chin smiled and said, "There's no need to attack by force. Just wait for my news." Just as the five patriarchs were confused, Zi-Chen's figure turned into energy and dissipated. The patriarchs were stunned. The people in the distance were also stunned when they saw Zi-Chin turn into energy and dissipate. "It's just an energy clone. It's no big deal." Xing-Chen said indifferently, "What? My lord, if it's just an energy clone, then where's your real body?" Meng family's patriarch asked. The others also looked at Xing-Chen. Xing-Chen pointed in the direction of the Gung family and said, "It's already inside the Gung family. Once the restriction is completely destroyed, you can charge." Under the close attention of the Gung family's cultivators, many figures appeared in the dense forest. Then their line of sight was filled with a black mass of people. "They're here! They're here!" A Gung family's cultivator exclaimed from the restriction. Then one figure after another rose into the air. Looking at the people coming out of the dense forest, their faces became unsightly. A few months ago, they didn't need to pay attention to these people at all. Only a few months later, they dared to attack the Gung family. Come on. As long as they dare to come, they'll definitely die. Not to mention them, even Zi-Chen will die if he comes to attack the restriction. A Gung family's cultivator said fiercely. In fact, They knew very well that all of the Gung family's properties outside had been destroyed. During this time, they were worried that others would break in, so all the teleportation formations in the family that could directly teleport here were forcibly closed. No one could come back. Now that the enemy was at the gate, it wasn't difficult to guess what would happen to those people. The Grand Elder and the other elders looked at all this expressionlessly, but they were thinking about how to trap and kill these people here. In fact, these people were nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing was Zichen. He believed that as long as Zichen was killed, these people would disperse on their own. While everyone's attention was on the people outside, a Gung family's higher-up came to the core area of the restriction with a special token. After some distance, he said coldly, according to the Grand Elder's orders, "I've come to inspect the restriction here." A Gung family's cultivator immediately stepped forward and stopped him, saying, "The Grand Elder has ordered that no one is allowed to take a single step into the restriction." The cultivator holding the token sneered, "Are you an idiot? Now that those people are here, they can attack the restriction formation at any time. Who knows? We might even be able to use the restriction formation to kill Zichen. How can there be a problem with the restriction formation at this time? Moreover, this is the Grand Elder's order. Are you sure you want to disobey?" The cultivators were in a difficult position. The cultivator said again, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the Grand Elder now. However, I'll make it clear in advance. If you miss the opportunity, and there happens to be a small problem with the restriction, don't blame your family for dying. At this time, no uncertain factors are allowed to happen." The cultivators were in a difficult position. One of them carefully took out the token and looked at it. After confirming that it was indeed the Grand Elder's order, he had no choice but to let them go. Holding the token, the cultivator entered the core of the restrictive spell. Just like the Nico family, there was no defense here because the defense of the outside world was tight enough. Moreover, everyone had a soul life plate. As long as one person died, they would immediately notice. This cultivator was transformed by Zichen. Speaking of which, it took him several months to get this token. It was really quite difficult. Moreover, in the Gung family, the Grand Elder didn't have the final say. Therefore, Zichen couldn't use the same method to deal with the Nico family. After entering, Saint energy was continuously poured into the restriction formation. It was no different from destroying the Nico family's restriction formation. The scale of the two formations was even similar. Zichen didn't stay for too long before he walked out. Before leaving, he nodded to the cultivators and said, "If we can successfully kill Zichen this time, we will turn defeat into victory. When the time comes, there will be many benefits for all of you." After saying that, Zichen turned around and left under the respectful expressions of the cultivators. After the family had committed suicide, the elders' authority increased a lot. Among them, the Grand Elder held the most power. If they could turn defeat into victory, the Grand Elder might be the one with the final authority. Therefore, when the cultivators heard Zichen's words, they were very happy. The second direction Zichen went was the Gung family's treasury. When he arrived, he saw the guard captain guarding this place. The token he took out was no longer the Grand Elder's token, but the Third Elder's. He held the token and said, "According to the Third Elder's instructions, I came here to collect the heavenly soldiers." At the same time, Zichen transmitted his voice to the guard captain. "The Third Elder specially ordered me to take a few more. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of sir." The guard captain nodded indifferently, then waved his hand to signal the cultivators to open the treasury. After coming here, Zichen inquired about the network of relationships in this place. It was undoubtedly very complicated. The guard captain in front of him was from the Third Elder's faction, so it was easy for him to use the Third Elder's token. During this period of time, the entire Gung family was in a state of panic. The elders had already left a backup plan for themselves, so people often visited this treasury. Zichen walked in. After the door closed, He unceremoniously used the myriad origin cauldron to collect everything here. It must be said that in the past few months, the elders with ulterior motives had taken away a lot of resources. This made Zi-Chin anxious, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. In this way, Zi-Chen collected layer by layer, not letting go of a single resource. Boom! At this time, a violent tremor suddenly sounded from the sky above the Gung family. As if the end of the world had come, the earth suddenly exploded. One building after another exploded, and the energy of heaven and earth became very chaotic. Chapter 2180. Boom! 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 After the first explosion, more sounds came from underground. The Gung family's hidden formation completely collapsed. The spiritual energy that had been gathered for over 100,000 years exploded in an instant, turning into a terrifying energy. The energy instantly wreaked havoc throughout the Gung family. For a time, all kinds of miserable cries rang out, causing a large number of casualties. At the top of the formation, several of the elders who were watching the outside world died in an instant. The remaining elders' faces turned ashen when they saw the unceasing fluctuations. It's over. It's completely over. Heavily injured, they were in complete despair. The Gung family's only hope of killing Zi-Chin was gone. What the hell is going on? Why did the formation explode? The great elder's roar reverberated through the world. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his robes were torn in many places, and there were several wounds on his body. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. The cultivators who had previously let him through had already died under the energy of the formation's explosion. As for the surroundings, there were wails and cries of pain. The casualties were disastrous. During this time, more energy explosions rang out. Everyone hurriedly dodged the energy, causing the scene to become chaotic. Let's go! Seeing this scene, the great elder knew that the situation was hopeless. His heart was dead, but his expression became resolute. He turned his head and shuttled through the fluctuating energy, flying towards the family's treasury. Inside the treasury, Zi-Chen's figure was constantly shaking due to the shaking of the treasury. However, he didn't stop collecting the resources here. He was still moving upwards. The formation exploded, and the energy became chaotic. Soon, the formation would completely lose its effect. At that time, anyone could enter. What Zi-Chen could do was to take advantage of the time when the energy was in chaos to quickly take away everything here. Boom! 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 The explosions continued as the formation began to collapse. The expressions of the guards guarding outside changed greatly. They clearly didn't understand what was happening. However, after sensing the collapse of the formation behind them, they turned around and looked at the treasury with an indescribable light in their eyes. Get lost! All of you get lost! At this moment, a roar came from the distance. It was the great elder who turned into a stream of light and flew over. The expressions of the guards, who had just started to form other thoughts, changed abruptly when they saw the great elder. They immediately saluted. Go away! The great elder's expression was extremely unsightly, and he didn't stop at all. Arriving in front of the treasury, he sent out a blast of energy, shattering the restrictions around the treasury and causing the door to explode. As the door to the treasury burst open, the great elder's ugly and cold expression became very astonished. What appeared before his eyes was no longer a scene of jewels and treasures, but an empty space. Where are the things? Where are the things inside? Who came here? The great elder roared. When the guards saw the treasury, they were all dumbfounded. They subconsciously looked at the captain of the guards. The latter's expression was very ugly. He braced himself and said, Just now, third elder's people came and said that they would leave after taking a heavenly weapon. The captain of the guards had an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. The other party had clearly said that he would only take a few more heavenly armaments, but he had never thought that he would empty the entire level of the treasury. Where is he? The great elder asked coldly. The captain pointed to the second level and said, He's here. He hasn't left yet. He should be up there. Follow me. Killing intent flashed in the great elder's eyes as he rushed up. The second level was still empty, and so was the third level. The great elder became more and more furious, and the guards behind him were all dumbfounded. They thought that the other party was too daring. He actually dared to empty the entire treasury. As they continued to go up, they saw that everything was still empty. The guards were completely speechless. The great elder became even more furious. He shouted angrily, "You dare to plunder my treasury? No matter what your relationship with third elder is, you must die." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the grand elder suddenly came to a realization. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. His face turned incomparably pale. Without another word, he turned around and prepared to head down. When the guards saw that, they were confused. It was clear that the other party was up there. Why didn't the great elder go down? It seemed that the great elder was terrified. What was he afraid of? Could it be that he was afraid of that person up there? However, the other party was only a heaven realm cultivator. After all, the great elder was a false saint. However, in the next moment, the guards also came to a realization. Their expressions became extremely horrified. Since the other party dared to be so brazen, it was obvious that he was very confident. Even the third elder did not have such confidence. The other party was obviously not relying on the third elder. In this star field, there was only one heaven realm cultivator who had such confidence. That was Zichen. Could it be that the person just now was Zichen? The guards were also frightened. They quietly retreated, ready to escape. "Everyone, since you're here, you should at least say hello before you leave." At that moment, a faint voice came from above. Then, footsteps were heard. Zichen walked down from above. "Run." The guards were very decisive. They knew that they were no match for Zichen, so they turned around and fled. You don't even say hello when you meet. How rude. Shaking his head, the saber spirit appeared in front of Zichen. He turned into a misty light and flew forward. Puff! 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 Wherever the saber spirit passed, there was a soft sound. The escaping cultivators fell one by one. Even the captain of the guards, who was a false saint, was not spared. However, the great elder escaped. He said in horror, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Everything here is yours. Take whatever you want. It's fine as long as you don't kill me." Looking at the terrified great elder, Zichen said coldly, "The things here were originally mine." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed. The great elder's frightened expression froze. The people waiting outside did not know what Zichen's so-called signal was. It was not until they heard a loud bang that they completely understood. The ground under their feet began to tremble. Violent energy was fluctuating. The restriction in front of them exploded with a loud bang. Along with the energy, there were many broken limbs. The spiritual energy that had been accumulated for many years exploded. The destructive power produced was very terrifying. In an instant, many cultivators died. Xing Chen's eyes narrowed. Looking at the broken restriction in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then waved his hand and said, "Rush in and destroy the Gung family. Kill!" Deafening shouts rang out. These people roared and rushed in like crazy. The history of the Nickel Star field would be rewritten today. They killed everyone they saw. Thus, the Gung family welcomed its destruction. Even in its heyday, this family might not be able to resist all the forces in a star field, let alone in a situation where they suffered heavy casualties. In the face of these crazy cultivators' slaughter, the Gung family's destruction was a foregone conclusion. In fact, the moment the restriction exploded, many cultivators of the Gung family had already despaired. They had already prepared a way out, so they took their family members and stepped on the teleportation array to escape. Compared to the Nickel family, the Gung family, who had been prepared, had many core disciples escape. Zichen didn't stop them. Only by letting these people escape would the other forces not be able to settle down. This area would be filled with slaughter for a long time. Naturally, they wouldn't have time to care about the cultivators from the Life Stars. It was worth mentioning that Zi Chen's team had grown a lot in this place. In addition to those from the Glory Clan, there were many cultivators from the Life Stars who chose to follow Zi Chen. After killing the Great Elder, Zi Chen left the treasury and walked toward the outside world. Along the way, when the cultivators saw Zi Chen, they all made way for him, their faces filled with fear. After waiting outside for so long, almost all the cultivators of the Gung family recognized Zi Chen. What they didn't understand was how Zi Chen entered this place and how he caused the formation to explode. In less than a day, the battle was over. The Gung family, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, was destroyed just like that. The speed of destruction was so fast that it made people click their tongues. Surprisingly, there were more cultivators who escaped than those who died. The 5 forces had no choice but to gather the others and begin hunting down the survivors. There were also some who stayed behind to count the results of the battle. Zi Chen appeared. After greeting these people, he turned and left. Xing Chen, Dazzling, and the other large teams followed behind him. "My lord, there are still resources to be counted," the Meng family's patriarch shouted. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "I'll give them to you. We'll meet again someday." Zi Chen's sudden departure caught the patriarchs off guard. Fortunately, the Gung family had been destroyed. Now, all that was left was to clean up the mess. They quickly accepted the reality and began to clean up the battlefield. Although Zi Chen had taken away the resources in the treasury, there were still many resources in other places of the Gung family. This made everyone very excited. After leaving the Gung family, Zi Chen waved his hand. Rays of light appeared from his body. Under the light, the excited cultivators disappeared one after another and entered the universal origin cauldron. In the end, only Xing Chen and Dazzling were left. Looking at Zi Chen walking in front, Xing Chen quickly stepped forward and asked, "You seem to have forgotten to tell them not to make things difficult for the latecomers." "No need to deliberately say it. They will remember. Where are we going now?" Dazzling followed and asked, "I wonder when the Daofu family's people will come. Let's go deeper." The two nodded and headed to the 3rd stop on the Star Road. The 3rd stop was called the Zambu Star Zone. It also had an overlord force. There was only one overlord force here, the Zambu family. The Zambu family had more saints than the Gung family and the Nico family combined. Therefore, Zi Chen and the other 2 didn't show off too much when they came here. This place was hostile to cultivators from the Life Star, but they didn't treat them as enemies. When the 2 sides met, they wouldn't fight to the death. According to Xing Chen's classification, the attitude of the cultivators here was equivalent to the neutral faction. In fact, for someone of Zi Chen's level, there was no real faction in this world. Everything was just a matter of interest. To put it bluntly, everything was about benefits. This was the principle that Zhao Ken had told him. He had used his life to deeply understand it. Even at his current level, this principle was still feasible and useful. Chapter 2181. Zi Chen's purpose in leaving the Nickel Star field was to avoid running into the people of the Da family. Although his current combat strength was not weak, and he had so many powerhouses following him, he still lacked high-end combat strength. Xing Chen had a saint-level physical body, but he had not encountered his so-called opportunity. Although he could slaughter false saints, in the end, he could not fight against a saint. Dazzling's opportunity was enough, but it was a pity that to become a stronger saint than Zi Chen, it would still take a long time. Huan Kai still had not refined a piece of Saint Crystal, so he was not considered a saint for the time being. It could be said that Zi Chen's team had great potential, but for the time being, they were still lacking in high-end combat strength. What this team with potential needed the most now was time. Zi Chen, who had come here, planned to find a rundown planet for everyone to cultivate in seclusion for a while and stabilize their progress. However, after coming to the star field, he found that this place had been well managed by the Zambo family, and there was not a single rundown planet. It was said that every time a planet was run down, a saint from the Zambo family would appear and destroy the planet, causing it to be completely destroyed. Any planet that had cultivators living on it belonged to the Zambo family. The entire star field was like the private property of the Zambo family. Even the residences of other families belonged to the Zambo family. If they were stationed here, they could receive the Zambo family's protection, but they also had to pay a certain rental fee. The entire star field was completely monolithic, and all the forces lived under the wings of the Zambo family. If Zi-chan wanted to use the same method to destroy the Zambo family, it would obviously be unrealistic. There were many empty planets here, all for the foreign forces to rent. They could take root here and stay for a long time, receiving the Zambo family's protection. They could also cultivate in seclusion on a special planet, and under normal circumstances, no one would disturb them. Let's rent a planet too. Zi-chan thought for a while and said, the cost of renting a planet was not very high, and with so many of them, they really needed a decent place. Dirin was in charge of this matter. He had already received everyone's approval and was the steward of the team. He walked into a shop belonging to the Zambo family. A moment later, he came out with a ball of light in his hand. Planet 88, 1,000 attributeless crystals a year, and the rent starts at 100 years. Seeing that we are new faces, they gave us a 20% discount. Zi-chan nodded and said the price is fair. To be able to rent a planet, it was obvious that some forces would be able to accept the price of 1,000 attribute-less crystals a year. However, Zi-chan wouldn't stay here for more than 100 years. Even if he could, the forces on this life star wouldn't be able to resist that long. Under the guidance of a specialist, the four of them arrived at planet number 88. The spirit energy here was quite dense. There were large open spaces, forests, and highlands. This place has already been checked, and there are no star beasts with the potential to reach the saint level. Everyone can stay here without worry. The cultivator who led them here explained the rules of this place in detail, then turned around and left. For the next 100 years, this planet would belong to Zi-chan and the others. Without his permission, no one would be able to set foot on it. If anyone set foot on it rashly, the enforcers of the Zambo star field would take action. It was said that there were 3 saint-level commanders among the enforcers. Before they had the strength to deal with the saint-level commanders, no one dared to violate the rules here. Zi-chan was very surprised by the way this place was managed. He took out the myriad origin cauldron and released all the cultivators inside. Everyone would be staying here for a while, so they needed to build some residences. This was very simple for everyone, whose weakest was in the heaven realm. They could summon all kinds of origin laws and build all kinds of buildings, but these buildings would not be protected by spirit arrays. Zi-chan's castle was independent. This was deliberately requested by Zi-chan. In addition to cultivating here, he would also refine some saint crystals. If an accident happened, it would only be his own residence that would be destroyed. In just 2 days, all kinds of castles had been built here, and the vitality had become much richer. Zi-chan did not immediately immerse himself in the process of refining saint crystals. He was constantly stimulating the energy of the heart of the divine God. At the same time, he deliberately urged the rainbow holy tree to absorb saint power to strengthen the transformation of his body. He had to admit that the current him was much stronger than when he left the Rakshasa star field. The saint power condensed in his body had also become denser. Next, he would do his best to improve his strength. Xingchang was a member of the Zambo clan. He was a false saint and was in charge of planets 80 to 100. When these planets were not rented out, he would occasionally go to those planets to check if there were any abnormalities. Once someone took over, he would go and greet them. This was because in the following years he would be in charge of everything on this planet, just like an external housekeeper. If anything happened here, he would be the one to communicate with the Zambo clan. Of course, In addition to the necessary services, it was also necessary to go and see who had come to rent a planet. After learning that Planet 88 had been rented for 100 years, Xing Chang did not immediately go. Instead, he waited for 7 days before heading to Planet 88. Zambu clan, the person in charge of Planet 88, Xing Chang, is here to pay a visit. Standing outside Planet 88, Xing Chang's voice was heard. Come in. A faint voice sounded. The surface of the planet flickered, and a passage similar to a spatial portal appeared. On Zambu planet, every rented planet was given a number. At the same time, there was a formation built on each planet with a number. These formations were not powerful and could be broken by a half-saint. They were mainly used for sensing. Once they were destroyed by force, the Zambu clan would be able to sense it immediately and send out a law enforcement team as soon as possible. Walking into the portal, Xing Chang saw a middle-aged man. He was only in the heaven realm. He looked at Xing Chang and said, "Welcome. My name is Diren, and I'm the manager here." There was a difference in realm between a false divine realm and a heaven realm expert. There was also a half-saint between them. The gap was not small. Although Xing Chang's expression did not change much when he heard Diren's words, he inevitably underestimated the other party. In his opinion, if a mere heaven realm expert could be the manager, even if the existence of this place intended to establish a force, it would be an extremely inconspicuous one. It was very likely that there was only one false divine realm expert. He had encountered a lot of similar situations. As soon as he became a false divine realm expert, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He found a group of people to establish a force and become famous on the Star Road. Diren stood in front of Xing Chang. He did not salute him, nor did he show a respectful look. His casual attitude made Xing Chang raise his eyebrows slightly. "I heard that you have rented this place. I'm the person in charge here. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. This time, I'm here on official business. I'm here to check it out and get acquainted with it. By the way, are you going to establish a force? Who is your leader?" Diren followed Xing Chang forward. "We're just cultivating in seclusion here. We don't intend to establish a force. My master is cultivating, so it's inconvenient to disturb him." "Inconvenient to disturb? You're so arrogant." Xing Chang snorted and emphasized his tone. A mere false divine realm expert did not come to see him. In his opinion, that guy was purely putting on airs. Xing Chang was very familiar with this planet. It used to be empty, but in just 7 days, there were many buildings here. These buildings had their own characteristics. Some were burning with flames. Some seemed to be made of ice, exuding cold air, and some are floating directly in the air. Xing Chang was very surprised by the number of these buildings. Obviously, there were many people living here, and 1 or 2 cultivators could be seen coming in and out from time to time. Looking at this scale, it should be enough to establish a small force. Xing Chang thought so, but he was still very disdainful. He did not have the intention to overestimate these people, so he boldly released his spiritual thoughts, wanting to see what was going on here. He had done this kind of thing many times. He had no other malice, but purely to save trouble. With his identity and strength as a false divine realm expert, no one dared to do anything to him. Moreover, he had always insisted in his heart that this kind of tyrannical approach was actually for their own good. He wanted to let them know that it was not a joke to establish a force. The prerequisite was that they needed to be strong enough. Diren's realm was too low, so he did not know what the other party was doing. Therefore, his expression did not change. Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts extended in a very barbaric way, sweeping across this world. The spiritual thoughts of a false divine realm expert could directly explore this world. But unlike before, this time, Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts wantonly extended. Not only did he get a counterattack, but he also got an even more barbaric counterattack. "Who is it? You're courting death." Similar spiritual thoughts burst out one after another. At the same time, spiritual thoughts that were much stronger than Xing Chang's extended from all directions, intercepting Xing Chang's spiritual thoughts halfway. These spiritual thoughts were very strong, with a strong murderous aura, causing Xing Chang's expression to change drastically. He quickly withdrew his spiritual thoughts, but it was still too late. When his spiritual thoughts returned, his face was already pale, and he directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "What's wrong with you?" Delon looked at the guy who was speaking normally, but suddenly vomited blood. Swoosh! 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 Then, streams of light appeared. Their bodies surged with a terrifying aura, and they appeared all around. Each of them stared coldly at Xing Chang, whose face had turned pale. Looking at these people around him, Xing Chang was completely scared out of his wits. Everyone here was a false divine realm expert like him, and the aura they released was even stronger than his. Judging from the murderous aura they naturally exuded, these people were not only the best among their peers, but also had killed existences of the same level. Moreover, there was not only one such existence as he had guessed before. There were dozens of them, and the aura they exuded made him feel very depressed. Chapter 2182. Diren, who is this guy? Staring coldly at Xing Chang, a false divine said coldly, "He's the person in charge of this planet. He said he came here to take a look and has no hostility." Diren chuckled. That false divine nodded, then looked at Xing Chang and said coldly, "Fortunately, you don't have any evil intentions. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to leave." Xing Chang nodded. He also knew that his behavior was too abrupt. Moreover, he did sense the danger of death just now. He bowed to that false divine and said, "Xing Chang was indeed a bit rash just now. I hope leader doesn't take offense. I'm Xing Chang from the Zambo family. How should I address you, leader?" Xing Chang thought that there was nothing wrong with his attitude, but when he raised his head, he found that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. Seeing their strange expressions, Xing Chang was astonished. He didn't know where he had said the wrong thing. "Haha, Laibua, he said you're the leader. Do you look like the leader?" A false divine with a strange expression couldn't help but laugh. The others also roared with laughter. "Scram! How do I not look like the leader? Let me tell you, when the Lord isn't here, I'm the leader." The false divine called Laibua held his head high and said, "If you're not convinced, feel free to challenge me." "Haha, you want to be the leader? Have you asked Lord Xingqian?" Another person joked. "I just said that when the Lord isn't here, I'm the leader." "Of course. That includes Lord Xingqian and Lord Guangyao." Laibua said loudly, "Even if Diren is here, I still dare to call myself the leader. In the future, I'll be your leader." "What about Huan Kai?" Another person said with a grin. Laibua was startled, then said with dissatisfaction, "That guy doesn't count. Who told him to be so lucky?" The surroundings roared with laughter, but Xing Chang was dumbfounded. Hearing the other party's words, there were at least 4 people here who were stronger than him. Stronger than a false divine. What realm would that be? An inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in Xing Chang's mind. This made Xing Chang's forehead immediately break out in cold sweat. It seemed that his words were very funny. Many people appeared from afar and stood there, laughing at the fake saint who gave Xing Chang the feeling that he was the leader. Among these people, there were quite a few Heaven Realm experts, but the aura they exuded was still very terrifying. In addition to these people, there was another group of people in another direction. Shortly after, Xing Chang was sensitive enough to recognize that the auras emitted from them were different from his. Those smiling existences all came from life stars. Since when did this star passage have so many experts from life stars? Xing Chang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Only now did he realize that he had come too abruptly. What's going on? Just when Xing Chang didn't know how to end the situation, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from not far away. The crowd parted and Zi Chen walked over, dazzling, and Xing Chen followed behind him. "What's going on?" Qin looked at Diren and asked. Diren respectfully bowed and said, "He's a member of the Zambu family. He's also the person in charge of this planet. Today he's just here to take a look." Qin nodded at Xingqiang. Then he looked at the people around and waved his hand. "All right, you can all leave." Everyone turned around and left with a resentful face. At the same time, those false saints didn't forget to glare at Xingqiang. You're the leader of this place." Xingqiang looked at Qin in disbelief because he found that the other was just a heaven realm expert. It should be known that he had just seen dozens of false saints. Subconsciously, he thought that a heaven realm expert couldn't be the leader. "Sort of. Do you have anything else to say?" Qin looked at the other and asked indifferently. "No, I'm just here to take a look. If you need anything, you can call me. This is my communication bead." Meeting Qin's eyes, Xingqiang didn't know why his heart tightened. He subconsciously shook his head and spoke very politely. Then he took out a communication bead. "Then I'm sorry to trouble you. Oh, I'm Qin. I'm from the Life Star." Qin smiled. Diren took the communication bead first. "My name is Xingqiang." Xingqiang found that he was actually a little nervous talking to this heaven realm expert. He stuttered. Only when Qin turned around and left did he come back to his senses. Then he saw Brilliant behind Qin. He was immediately dazed, feeling like he was a celestial being. Xingqiang didn't know how he left. It seemed that Diren had sent him out. He was a little absent-minded along the way. Of course, it wasn't just because of Brilliant's appearance. It was also because of those false saints that made him feel scared. Leader Qin, who was just a heaven realm expert, made him very nervous. "I heard that the existences from the Life Star have always been oppressed. Since when did they have such a strong troop? It's strange." On the way back, Xingqiang's mind was heavy. When he got back to his house, he made up his mind. "It's strange. I have to report it to the family. I believe that with the family's means, they can find out their background and problems." That day, Xingqiang walked directly to the family. As the manager of 20 planets and a pseudo-saint, Xingqiang still had some status in the family. However, with his position, he wasn't qualified to meet the high-level saints of the Zambu family. Thus, he could only send the message to the steward of the family. When the steward heard that a heaven realm expert was the leader who had dozens of false saints under his command, he also felt strange. Moreover, most of those people were from the Life Star. Currently, no force paid attention to Life Stars. However, they used to be incomparably glorious. That year, that man was a clear example. Just him alone had shaken the entire star passage. Thus, the real aristocratic families were very concerned about the unique existences of Life Stars. The steward was very concerned about this matter. He purposely went back to check for some clues. However, it didn't matter. After checking, he was startled. It was said that the destruction of the 2 overlords in Nickel Star area was related to Life Stars. Moreover, a heaven realm expert called Qin had killed several real saints. Qin. It seems that the man Xingqiang mentioned is Qin. After guessing that it wasn't someone with the same name, the steward was shaken. He immediately sent the message to the higher-ups. Of course, the higher-ups who could handle this were the saints, the real saints. Xingqiang didn't expect that a saint of the family would meet him the next day. Moreover, it was Saint Zambuhaoming, the most prestigious person in the family. In the lobby, Zambuhaoming was sitting, while Xingqiang was standing next to him. The other didn't release any aura, but Xingqiang felt suffocated. At this moment, Zambuhaoming was holding some glowing papers. He was reading them carefully, but he didn't say anything. Xingqiang stood next to him. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a long time, Zambuhaoming put down the papers and lifted his head to look at the nervous Xingqiang. He asked, "I heard that a group of special people came to the planet you manage." "Yes, many of them are at the false saint realm. However, their leader is a heaven realm expert. Looking at their faces, I don't think they're flattering you. They really admire you. Moreover, Most of them come from life stars. Xing Chang first bowed and then told him everything. Do you know the name of that heaven realm leader? Asked Zambo Haoming. Yes, he's Ziqin. Xing Chang nodded. See if it's this man. Zambo Haoming handed the glowing paper to Xing Chang. Xing Chang looked down and saw a figure depicted on the paper. The figure was dressed in a black robe and held a black scabbard in his hand. His expression was very cold. Although his aura was completely different from the Ziqin he saw, they looked exactly the same. Xing Chang nodded. Yes, it's him. Zambo Haoming's expression changed. He then asked in a low voice, You didn't offend him, did you? Xing Chang was startled. He didn't understand what he meant. Look at this, and tell me if I offended him. Zambo Haoming threw the papers in his hand to him. His tone became very cold. Xing Chang took it, puzzled. He then turned to the first page. On the second page, there was some writing. It was about what this cultivator called Ziqin had done. As he read on, his face gradually turned pale. In the end, when he saw that the 2 great families in the Nickel Star Zone had been destroyed and all 9 saints had been killed, there was no trace of blood on his face. Now, he understood what Zambo Haoming meant. If he offended such an existence, his entire family would be implicated. He shook his head in horror. I didn't offend him. I didn't offend him. However, in the end, he gradually lost his confidence. He said, I don't think I offended him. What do you mean by I don't think so? Tell me what happened. Zambo Haoming's tone became very cold. Xing Chang could only tell him everything that had happened, including his own thoughts. The other party was able to kill 9 saints. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the destruction of the 2 aristocratic families was real. Such an existence was absolutely terrifying, so he did not dare to lie in the slightest. Zambo Haoming's cold expression gradually eased. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, According to what you said, you really didn't offend him. An existence who can kill a saint is definitely not so petty. Moreover, he took the initiative to say his name. I believe he won't hold a grudge against you. Xing Chang quickly nodded. He also hoped so. He had heard about the destruction of the 2 great families in the Nickel Star Zone, but who would have thought that he would meet the person who had destroyed them? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Sir, bad news. Saint Vast Beginning has gone to planet 88. What? Zambo Haoming, who had just relaxed, instantly changed his expression. Chapter 2183. In the star path, a starfield was in turmoil and fell into a chaotic war. This was naturally a sensational matter. If the star path was at its most glorious, the party that caused trouble would be punished by the enforcers. But now the star path had changed greatly. The enforcers were the overlords, so no one would care if the overlords themselves were destroyed. During the chaos in the Nickel Starfield, news came from the Zanbu Starfield almost every day. As the youngest saint of the Zanbu family, Zambu Haochu was very interested after hearing about what happened in the Nickel Starfield. If it wasn't for the fact that his family explicitly forbade him from interfering in the interests of other starfields, he probably would have gone to the Nickel Starfield. But when he heard that Ziqin had come to the Zanbu Starfield, he immediately flew to the 88th Starfield. The operating restriction on the 88th Starfield stopped for a moment, and a figure rushed out. At this moment on the planet, Diren looked up in confusion. He had just sensed an abnormality in the formation, but he didn't find anything. With a puzzled expression, he obviously didn't think it was an illusion, so he turned around and went to the hall where Ziqin was. The others didn't notice anything unusual. Ziqin and the others, who were in the middle of a discussion, suddenly had a change in expression. Brilliant suddenly said, "A saint has rashly intruded." Standing up from his seat, Ziqin walked to the door of the hall. When he was outside, he looked up at a certain place in the void. His eyes were like sharp swords that pierced the void, and his expression gradually became cold. "Huh, you can see me?" A surprised voice came from the sky, and a young figure appeared. The other party's figure was rather thin, and he wore a luxurious long robe. His rather handsome face carried a trace of surprise as he looked at Ziqin in astonishment. "Lord!" Diren's nervous voice came from the distance, but when the latter arrived and saw the young man in the sky, his expression changed instantly. "What's the matter?" Ziqin looked back at Diren. "Just now, I sensed that the restriction was touched by an external force. So I came to tell you, Lord," Diren said. "So you're saying that an outsider has forced his way in?" Ziqin frowned. "Yes." Diren nodded. "Inform the Zambo family that there are intruders. Have them deal with this matter." "Yes," Diren answered and left. The young saint standing in the sky was ignored by Ziqin. He looked at Ziqian with interest. After a while he smiled and said, "Do you think the Zambo family can control me?" When Ziqian heard this, he raised his head to look at the other party. The other party's youth was beyond his expectations, but that was all. He said calmly, "Whether or not I can control them, we'll know when they come." The young man shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in knowing whether they can control it or not. Besides, I'm not here to play riddles with you. I know your name is Ziqin, and I know where you're from. My purpose is very simple. I want to fight with you. A saint wants to fight with me, a heaven realm cultivator," Ziqin said sarcastically. "Since I know your name, I naturally know that your strength can't be measured by your realm. My name is Haochu. I want to see if you're as terrifying as the rumors say." The young man's eyes shone with a fiery light, and his fighting spirit rose. "I won't fight with you." Ziqin shook his head and said, "Why, are you afraid?" The young man's lips curled up slightly. He sneered and said, "If you're afraid, then I won't force you. Give her to me, and I'll turn around and leave." The young man pointed at the brilliant light with a smile on his face. "I'm indeed a little afraid, but I'm not afraid of losing to you. I'm afraid of accidentally killing you." Ziqian's voice became cold. "I only kill saints. I never spar with saints." "What big words! Are you threatening me? Then come and try." The young man's face turned cold, and his saint aura surged around him. The cultivators in the other regions all rushed over as streams of light when they sensed the abnormal saint aura. When they saw the young man standing in the sky, their murderous auras surged and their eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. "Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to." The saint aura began to surge, and the pressure in the sky became even stronger. Whether it was Ziqin or the heaven realm cultivators, they did not retreat in the face of this saint aura. "You can leave. I don't want to kill you." Ziqian's words were cold. He was not lying. He was only in the heaven realm and could not control his power freely. He had to use his full strength. He was good at killing people, and he was confident that he could kill his opponent here, but he was definitely not good at sparring. However, the saint in front of him was clearly a stubborn person. Furthermore, he was a battle maniac. Furthermore, his background was not to be underestimated. This caused Ziqin, who did not want to cause trouble here, to frown. The atmosphere was very oppressive. The young man was not willing to back down. He was excited to see the hunt, and he just wanted to fight. There was silence all around, and a cold aura surged. The young man said coldly, "Ziqin, make your move." Ziqin frowned. His eyes narrowed, and there was a murderous intent surging in them. "Stop!" At this moment, a loud shout rang out, and then two figures broke through the restriction and descended from the sky. One of them was Xingchang, who he had seen yesterday, but the latter's face was now pale, and his eyes were full of fear as he looked at Ziqin. No wonder he was a terrifying existence who had killed several saints. He actually wanted to kill Zanbu Haochu. The other person had an appearance that was somewhat similar to the young man. He seemed to be the young man's father or someone close to him. However, at that moment, his face was filled with anger. He said to the young man, "Nonsense. This is simply nonsense." The young man, who had been surging with saint power, not only restrained his aura, but also looked as if he had been wronged. He said, "Big brother, I just came to spar with him. Who knew that he wanted to kill me?" The guilty party complained first. The other party's expression and tone surprised Zichen. Moreover, the other party's address was also out of Zichen's expectations. "Shut up," Zichen said. After coldly glaring at the young man, the other party turned to look at Zichen. After cupping his fists from afar, he said, "Kindly, I am Zanbu Haoming of the Zanbu family. This is my younger brother, Zanbu Haochu. My younger brother is naturally warlike and reckless. I hope Sir Zichen doesn't mind." This kind of attitude was definitely treated as if they were equals. This was not because the other party was polite, but because he knew Zichen's background. Zichen, who had killed several saints, had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with saints. Zichen cupped his fists and said, "It's okay. It's just a small matter. However, I'm afraid this matter has broken your rules." At this moment, Zichen could sense that many cultivators had already arrived outside this world. They were all wearing the same uniform and should be the law enforcers of the Zanbu family. They had arrived in a timely manner, but this matter was very special. Obviously, they could not smoothly enforce the law, including one of the saints. This matter is our fault. It's our fault for not managing it well. We are willing to pay 10 times the rent. Big brother, why should you apologize? I just came to spar with him, not to cause trouble. However, he really wanted to kill me just now, Zanbu Haochu said with an aggrieved expression. Who wants to kill my younger brother? A cold voice suddenly sounded from the outside world, followed by the appearance of another saint's aura. This time, it was a woman who appeared. She wore a tight leather armor that outlined her fiery figure. She wore a pair of black leather boots. Wherever she passed, ripples would appear in the world. Her long and narrow eyes shone with a hint of coldness. "Second sister, why are you here?" Seeing this woman, Zanbu Haochu was very surprised, but then his expression changed. He pointed at Zichen and said, "Second sister, it's him. I just came to spar with him, but he wanted to kill me. You're just a heaven realm cultivator. What big words. You're not worthy to kill my younger brother." The woman stared at Zichen and said coldly, "Both of you shut up." Zanbu Haoming shouted angrily and said to the woman, "Zanbu Haolin, take Zanbu Haochu and disappear immediately." "Big brother, my younger brother was bullied. We should seek justice," the woman said coldly. "Shut up and disappear before I get angry. Otherwise, I'll put you in confinement for 1,000 years. The woman wanted to say something more, but after seeing her big brother's cold expression, she knew that her big brother was really angry. She fiercely stomped at the sky, and a large area of the void shattered. She turned around and grabbed Zanbu Haochu's ear and said fiercely, "Tell me, what trouble did you cause this time?" "Ouch. Second sister, I really didn't cause trouble. It was that guy who wanted to kill me." "Ouch. Second sister, be gentle. I really didn't cause trouble this time." Even with Zichen's experience, he was stunned for a full 3 seconds in the face of this situation. It was already very impressive for other families to have 3 saints in one family. It was also very impressive for a family to have 3 saints. However, the situation in front of him seemed to have 3 saints in one family. The 3 of them were obviously siblings. Moreover, it seemed that the sister and brother were a little too strange. This big brother, on the other hand, looked quite normal. "That's my second sister. She hasn't returned for a long time. I don't know what's wrong with her today, but she suddenly came back. She doesn't know what's going on at all. She's just blindly protecting her. Brother Zichen, please don't laugh." Zanbu Haoming landed and said politely to Zichen. Xing Chang followed closely behind. "Forget it. It's just a misunderstanding." Zichen waved his hand. After all, they didn't do anything and had already agreed to compensate him. Their attitude was surprisingly good, so he didn't know what to say. Moreover, he came here to cultivate in seclusion. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he wasn't here to cause trouble either. After that, Zi-chan led the two into the main hall, where Brilliant served tea and snacks. Brother Zi-chan is indeed magnanimous. I wonder if Brother Zi-chan is here to establish a faction or just to stay for a short while. Zanbu Haoming asked as he gently put down the teacup Brilliant handed him with both hands and nodded his thanks. I'm only here for a short while. I'll be leaving soon, Zi-chan said. That's a pity. I thought that Brother Zi-chan would establish a faction here. By the way, I've heard about Brother Zi-chan's demeanor recently. I believe that it would be great to be Brother Zi-chan's neighbor. Zanbu Haoming sighed and said regretfully. It was hard to tell whether he was being sincere or not. At the same time, in the Zanbu family, Zanbu Haolin's pretty face was full of shock. What did you say? That Heaven Realm expert just now is that person's disciple. He killed 9 pseudo-saints. Chapter 2184. Really? He's just a Heaven Realm expert. How can he be so strong? Zanbu Haolin looked skeptical. Of course it's true. The Nico family and the Gung family are completely finished. Otherwise, why would I find a Heaven Realm expert to spar with? Now, some people from those 2 families have come to our place and rented a few planets. I got all the information from them. I can guarantee that it's first-hand news. However, Big Brother, I'm sure you know about it, Zanbu Haoming said seriously. In that case, that Heaven Realm expert does have some tricks up his sleeve. Zanbu Haolin nodded and said, But you're too reckless. Why did you provoke that kind of existence for no reason? Zanbu Haochu said with an unconvinced expression. I just wanted to spar with him. I was curious about that person's disciple. Who would have thought that guy would be so arrogant? He said he wouldn't fight with me. So I used that woman to provoke him. He said it would only be a life-and-death battle. So I deliberately provoked him again. As a result, I felt killing intent from him. He wanted to kill me. Are you an idiot? He's just a Heaven Realm expert. He'll definitely use his full strength to fight someone of a higher realm. How can he control his strength when he's at full strength? Zanbu Haolin glared at Zanbu Haochu with her long and narrow eyes. So what? He can really kill me. That guy is very smart. When I first appeared, he guessed that I was from the Zanbu family. Zanbu Haolin stretched out her jade finger and tapped Haochu's forehead, saying, I said you're an idiot, but you're being stupid again. He can't control his strength. When he uses his full strength, of course he'll kill you. Fortunately, I arrived early and saved your life. If I was late, you would have been killed long ago. Speaking of which, I saved your life, so you have to repay me. It seems that Big Brother went first. Besides, even if he can kill me, we can at least fight for several days and nights. When the others arrive, he won't dare to do anything. Whatever. Anyway, I saved your life. You have to repay me. Just as the siblings were chatting happily, a cold snort came from outside the door. Zanbu Haolin walked in with a dark face. Big Brother, Big Brother. The 2 of them shouted in unison, seeing that Zanbu Haoming had no reaction. Zanbu Haolin also glared at Zanbu Haochu, implying that it was all his fault for angering her big brother. Don't go there if you have nothing to do in the future. Zanbu Haoming said with a gloomy face. Zi-chan is an existence who has killed several saints. Is he someone you can casually provoke? If I hadn't arrived early today, you would have caused a disaster. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't implicate your family. Big Brother, although I was wrong in this matter, you can't boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. That Zi-chan does have some tricks up his sleeve, but they aren't enough to threaten our Zambo family. Our family is a solid block of iron. Zi-chan's little tricks are useless against us. Humph, you still dare to quibble. Those tricks are useless, but if we really fight, even if we kill Zi-chan, how many people on our side will die? Have you thought about it? He's someone who has killed several saints. If he goes all out to fight back, I'm afraid half of the saints in our family will die. Is it worth it? The 2 of them lowered their heads and stopped talking. Every saint in the family was crucial. Losing one of them was huge, let alone losing half of them. Let's forget about this matter. Don't provoke him in the future. That place will be a forbidden zone for the two of you from now on." Zanbu Haoming's words were very harsh. He also believed that these two were not children and knew the severity of the matter. He believed that they would not trouble Zichen in the future. However, the next day, Zanbu Haoming received news that Zanbu Haochu had gone to planet 88 again. How long does this little bastard want to be a fool? Zanbu Haoming slammed the table and stood up with an angry face. He just went to apologize. He didn't do anything wrong. Zanbu Haolin's voice sounded outside the door. Apologize? Who would believe that? I asked him to go. How dare he not go? Looking at Zanbu Haochu, who had barged into Planet 88 again and taken the initiative to appear in front of him, Zichen said, "Do you still think that the compensation yesterday was not enough?" Yesterday, according to Zanbu Haoming's instructions, they had compensated them 10 times the cost. As a result, Zichen had made a small profit this time. Moreover, before leaving, Zanbu Haoming had promised that no one would disturb Zichen again. But today, this master had come again. "My family has a lot of resources. Just ask them to compensate." Zanbu Haochu didn't seem to care about resources, but the next second he looked at Zichen and said, "I know why you can't fight at will. How about this? Let's fight again. I'll suppress my realm to Heaven Realm." Zichen shook his head and said no. "Why?" Zanbu Haochu said in confusion, "Let's fight with Heaven Realm. I just want to see how strong that person's disciple is." Zichen looked at Zanbu Haochu and said seriously, "If we're both in Heaven Realm, I'm afraid I'll kill you with one move." "My second sister said that you can't control your energy when you fight a saint, but this doesn't happen when you're in Heaven Realm. Let's fight. After the fight, I won't come to you again," Zanbu Haochu pleaded. Zichen turned around and looked at Zanbu Haochu in surprise. He said, "Your stupid second sister has such an opinion. Zichen, I'm warning you. Don't insult my second sister. Just tell me whether you want to fight or not. If you don't, I'll tell my second sister what you said. You'll be in a lot of trouble. No, even if I suppress my strength, I can easily kill you at the same level." With that, Zichen walked into the hall, and the door behind him closed naturally. Zanbu Haochu wanted to force his way in, but he thought of something and didn't break the door in the end. Instead, he stood outside and shouted, "Zichen, if you don't fight with me, then I'll wait outside your door and won't leave." "Up to you. Remember to bring 10 times the compensation." Zichen's voice sounded from inside. "Isn't it just compensation? I have a lot of it at home. I'll get someone to send it over tomorrow. Not 10 times, but 20 times. Send it over with mine tomorrow," Zanbu Haochu shouted outside the door. Zichen underestimated Zanbu Haochu's determination, or rather his stubbornness. The other party had been waiting outside for several days. When he saw Zichen, he threatened to fight. It could be said that he didn't leave Zichen's side at all. This made Zichen speechless. Naturally, he couldn't beat him, nor could he scold him. As for the resource compensation, every time the other party came, he would bring 10 times the resources. Zichen really couldn't find any other reason. Helplessly, he could only tell Xingchen to let Zanbu Haochu go. As for the resource compensation, he didn't want to provoke Zanbu Haoming's resentment over these resources that he didn't care about. Moreover, this place was considered the Zanbu family's territory, so he just let Zanbu Haochu go. After making this decision, Zichen had to start condensing Saint crystals in advance. Therefore, he ordered Diren to find a few cultivators with powerful battle strength but relatively few laws. Of course, this group of people would be chosen from the slaves on the Life Star. Compared to others, Zichen trusted them more. Therefore, in the next few days, Diren also became a hot commodity. Everyone gathered around him, trying to curry favor with him. Everyone knew that Zichen didn't need to be paid for condensing Saint crystals. Now, as long as they put in a few good words for Diren, once they were chosen, they would become a saint. Where else could they find such a good deal? In the end, Diren found 2 people who met Zi Chen's requirements. Zi Chen also had an impression of the 2. One was called Xianyu, from the Reichen star domain, and the other was called Huarong, whom Zi Chen saved in the Fort Gang Trading Center. That night, Zi Chen constantly sensed the energy of the 2 people. After the sky slightly brightened, he signaled the 2 to leave. He believed that the Lord would come again in a moment, so Zi Chen had to hurry. Zi Chen, I'm here again. Don't look down on me. Let me tell you, I'll still take the resources this time. Rules are rules, and they can't be broken. Today, I'll give you 10 times the resources. Sure enough, as soon as the sky brightened, Zanbu Haochu's voice sounded outside Zi Chen's residence. Everyone was already used to the scene. Moreover, that was a true saint. Fortunately, everyone pretended not to see it. Most importantly, this person had a good character. Every time he came, he would take a lot of resources. Although Zi Chen didn't care for these resources, it was a very rich resource for them. In the hall, Zi Chen sighed, turned into a stream of light, and entered the universe origin cauldron. This saint was so strange that Zi Chen couldn't bear it. Time passed, and Zanbu Haochu came every day. Apart from shouting outside Zi Chen's room early in the morning, he would stay until it was dark before leaving. During this time, he would chat with Xing Chen and Brilliant to pass the time. However, Brilliant also appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He was often in closed-door cultivation and didn't like Zanbu Haochu. On the other hand, Xing Chen had nothing to do. The 2 often chatted, and he had a good relationship with Xing Chen. Zi Chen is already in closed-door cultivation. It's useless for you to continue to stay here. One day, Xing Chen, who was embarrassed to accept so many resources, said to him, "If I shout like this every day, he won't be able to rest in peace." Zanbu Haochu said, "Your voice is very simple. A restriction can isolate it. My voice contains energy vibrations that can penetrate restrictions. That's an ordinary restriction. Zi Chen's restriction is extraordinary. Then what should I do? You go back first. When Zi Chen comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll inform you." This method obviously couldn't send Zanbu Haochu away. The latter came for a few more days, but not only did he not see Zi Chen's shadow, but he also couldn't even hear Zi Chen's voice. One day, when the 2 were chatting, Zanbu Haochu's eyes lit up and he said, "Anyway, you and I have nothing to do. Why don't we spar?" "How can I do that?" "I'm not a saint," Xing Chen said in a daze. "Then we'll spar with whatever you're good at," Zanbu Haochu said indifferently. "I'm good at physical combat." "Okay, then let's have physical combat. This kind of head-on real combat is more interesting." The 2 of them decided on this simply. After a quarter of an hour, Zanbu Haochu walked out of a space with a bruised and swollen face. Chapter 2185. Ever since the last battle, Zanbu Haochu had been completely defeated by Xing Chen. The latter no longer clamored to fight Zi Chen, but he still came here every day with the purpose of fighting Xing Chen. Xing Chen had a saint-level physical body. Although he could not unleash its true power, it was enough to deal with Zanbu Haochu's so-called exchange of pointers. Therefore, Zanbu Haochu came here happily every day, but left with a bloody nose and a swollen face. It was worth mentioning that the other party no longer looked for Zi Chen to fight because he had obtained Xing Chen's approval. Therefore, he did not have to pay any compensation. The loss of such a big financial backer made many cultivators feel sad. When they looked at Zan Baheo again, they were not as friendly. "Xing Chen, I feel that my physical body has become stronger. Let's fight again." Another morning, Zanbu Haochu, who had recovered, came to look for Xing Chen again as usual. "You're addicted to being beaten." Looking at Zanbu Haochu, Xing Chen could not help but laugh. However, he had to admit that he had a good impression of Zanbu Haochu. After the other party found out that he had a saint-level physical body, he was very shocked. After the shock, he was very excited, but there was no greed. He was not tempted by a saint-level physical body. Although this guy was a little strange, he was still a gentleman. He had already been beaten for more than a month, and he had not complained at all. Even the people of the Zambo family had not come here to remind him of anything. Another battle. The result was not unexpected. Zamba Hauchu was still bruised and swollen. In the universal origin cauldron, Zi Chen first cultivated quietly for a month. When his mind was completely refreshed, he began to condense the sacred crystal. This time, the two people that Diren had chosen for him had mastered 5 types of laws. Zi Chen also had those law chips, so he took out 3 of them. Zi Chen was already familiar with the smelting process. This process was relatively time-consuming. A total of 5 types of laws took more than a month. After the smelting was complete, the next step was to fuse. This was the most difficult part. While Zambu was being beaten back and forth by Xingchen in the outside world, Zi Chen's first fusion failed. The resulting energy shock sent Zi Chen flying backward. However, with his strong physical body, he was not injured. Moreover, during the 1 month of concentrating on refining, his physical strength had also increased by a lot. The results were even faster than when he was in seclusion. This was an unexpected surprise. At the very least, Zi Chen's efforts over the past month had not been in vain. In the 3rd month, Zi Chen once again entered the process of fusion. This time it was relatively smooth. During this period, the 5 laws were constantly changing, and Zi Chen was searching for the energy that was closest to him. Buzz. The fluctuating energy finally reached Zi Chen's requirement. The energy immediately stopped changing. Then, under the infusion of the laws of a harmonious spirit master in Zi Chen's body, the sacred crystal began to condense. Unlike the last time, Zi Chen did not faint from exhaustion this time. Instead, he quietly looked at the sacred crystal that had already taken shape in front of him. He knew that this sacred crystal had already taken shape in the hands of a harmonious spirit master. Now, it only lacked the recognition of the world. At this moment, on Planet 88, Zambo Hao, who had just walked out of the space with a bloody nose and a swollen face, was looking at the sky with a dignified face. There, the wind and clouds were swirling, producing the pressure of a saint. It was the saint pressure produced by the world, and it was very strong. His expression gradually became dignified. Looking at the sky that was gradually expanding and turning into a vortex, he said in a deep voice, "What is that?" Xingchen followed him. After seeing this scene, there was a touch of joy on his face, but after a slight hesitation, he chose to remain silent. Zambu Hao thought that Xingchen's silence was because he didn't know. Sensing the direction of the vortex, he said with a dignified face, "Could it be caused by Zichen? Is he about to break through?" Such a change in the world also attracted the attention of the other cultivators. They stopped and looked up at the sky, feeling the dense saint pressure. Except for those from the Yao clan who didn't know what was going on, the others understood in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with envy, and at the same time they subconsciously looked at one of the heavenly realm experts who was suppressing his excitement, sensing the energy of the same origin. This person's expression was very excited. The path to becoming a saint had obviously been open to him, but he remained silent. Since there were outsiders present, the others also remained silent. Only those from the Yao clan exclaimed in surprise, apparently not understanding what was going on. Brilliant, who was in closed-door cultivation, also came out from her closed-door cultivation. Looking at the saint force energy that appeared in the vortex in the sky, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of splendor. Obviously, with the formation of another special saint crystal, the combat strength of the team would increase by another level. At this moment, the change in the world was not limited to Planet 88. Outside this planet, there was also a huge vortex. In that vortex, Saint Force surged, causing an uproar. "It's the location of Planet 88. Hurry up and report to Lord Saint. Lord Saint has ordered us to inform him immediately if there are any abnormalities there. What kind of people are living on Planet 88? Why are there abnormalities happening every day? The law enforcers who saw this change were also discussing spiritedly. It seemed that ever since Planet 88 was rented out, this place had not been peaceful for a single day. After Zambo Haoming and Zambo Haolin received the news, they rushed over as soon as possible. The two of them looked at the changes in the world above and felt the saint force in it. Their eyes changed little by little, and in the end, there was deep shock in their eyes. "Can you feel it?" Zambo Haoming asked aloud, his face full of disbelief. "It's the same situation as mine." Zambo Haolin nodded. Her long and narrow eyes were full of shock. "This is the sign of the formation of a saint crystal. On Planet 88, there is a saint crystal from a harmonious spirit master that has been recognized by the heavens and earth." There's a harmonious spirit master on Planet 88? Who could it be? Zambo Haoming's brows deeply furrowed. Could it be that a harmonious spirit master has sneaked into Planet 88 a long time ago? Zambo Haolin said doubtfully. She didn't think it would be Zichen's group, because the time they rented this planet was too short. It was too short for them to condense a Saint Crystal. She knew very well that it would take at least a few years to condense a Saint Crystal. It's possible, but it's not very big. Perhaps it's one of Zichen's group, Zambo Haoming said. How is that possible? An existence from a life star can't become a harmonious spirit master. But isn't there someone else in their group? That's impossible. The time is too short. Looking at the saint energy that had been recognized by the heavens and earth, Zambo Haolin said, "Let's go in and have a look." "No, it's impolite to go in rashly. If we anger a harmonious spirit master, our family won't be able to bear his anger." "All right, where's Haochu?" Zambo Haoming asked. "He's still inside. I don't know what that guy is thinking. He's been beaten up like that every day, but he's still so happy." When mentioning Zambo Haochu, Zambo Haolin's face couldn't help but be angry. Speaking of which, after seeing Zambo Haochu's appearance back then, Zambo Haochu was furious and wanted to avenge him, but she was stopped by him. After that, not only did this matter not stop, it even became worse. Zambo Haochu clearly wanted to beat him up, but that brainless guy said that he was growing. Thinking of this, Zambo Haolin's good impression of the existence on Planet 88 was completely gone. Very good. He's finally done something right. Let's go back now. We'll ask him when he comes back. After saying that, Zambo Haoming turned around and said to the law enforcers who came with him, "All right, you can all disperse. There's nothing else to do here." Not only did he disperse the law enforcers, but he also sent away the saints who came here. The saint energy fell from the sky, destroyed the restriction on Planet 88, and then fell into the hall where Zichan was. The energy seemed to travel through space, through the hall, into the world of the cauldron of creation, and fell in front of Zichan. The saint crystal burst out with a dazzling light in an instant, and then it began to absorb the energy, and its size began to expand. So this is how the saint crystal came to be. Looking at the saint crystal that had become full with energy and laws, Zichen's eyes showed a hint of understanding. After that, there was nothing else. Zichen put away the saint crystal and continued to cultivate cross-legged. He had no intention of going out. In the outside world, Zambo Haochu stared at the scene in a daze. Although the saint energy just now was not very strong, the saint power of heaven and earth gave him a very dangerous feeling. However, as the energy fell, no other abnormalities happened, which made him stunned. "What's going on?" "I saw that the energy fell on Zichen's residence." "Did Zichen break through?" Zambo Haochu turned around and looked at the silent Xing-Chen. "It shouldn't be. The power of Zichen's breakthrough can't be so small." Xing-Chen shook his head and said, "I think so too. No matter what, it should have something to do with Zichen. Let's hurry up and take a look in case there's any danger." "No need. There shouldn't be any danger." Xing-Chen shook his head. After not seeing Zichen come out for a long time, He vaguely guessed what Zi Chen was thinking and also turned around and walked towards his room. Brilliant continued to go back into seclusion, and the others also left one after another. Only the excited Xan stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Zambu Haochu was very unwilling to give up and insisted on asking why. But Xingchen obviously had no intention of revealing anything. Zi Chen had not appeared for a long time, probably because he did not want this matter to be exposed. Xingchen's secrecy made Zambu Haochu itch, so he pestered Xingchen for 2 days and did not return. This made Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haolin, who wanted to hear the news, very anxious. Forget it if you don't want to say. I'll go back and ask my eldest brother and second sister. They definitely know what's going on. Zambu Haochu snorted coldly like a child. After seeing that Xingchen still did not respond, he really went back. However, as soon as he returned, Zambu Haolin grabbed him by the ear and pulled him towards Zambu Haoming's residence. Chapter 2186. Second sister, what are you doing? Looking at Zambu Haolin, who pulled his ear without saying a word, Zambu Haochu tilted his head and said, You brat, you still know to come back. Do you know how many days I and Big Brother have been waiting for you? After pushing Zambu Haochu into the room and creating a soundproof restriction, Zambu Haolin put her hands on her hips and said, Tell me, did you forget your second sister because you were chatting with a harmonious spirit master? Touching his red ear, Zambu Haochu was puzzled and said, What harmonious spirit master? Second sister, what are you talking about? How dare you deceive your second sister? Do you believe that I won't beat you? If you know what's good for you, quickly tell me what happened 2 days ago. Otherwise, be careful of Big Brother's family discipline. Zambu Haoming sat there without saying a word. His expression was very dignified. Second sister, I came back this time to ask you about what happened 2 days ago. You saw the change, didn't you? Then tell me what's going on. Zambu Haochu asked. You didn't even know what happened there. You brat, are you asking for a beating? Zambu Haolin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Second sister, I really don't know what happened. Xingchen must know. But I pestered him for 2 days, but he didn't tell me. Zambu Haochu said with an aggrieved expression. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to want to hide, Zambu Haochu, who had been silent, said, Third brother, tell me what you saw. Looking at his big brother's serious expression, Zambu Haochu said timidly, If I say that I didn't see much, will you beat me up? Zambu Haolin said angrily, There's no need for Big Brother to do it. I'll beat you to death. Zambu Haochu complained, I really didn't see much. I only saw the holy aura of heaven and earth. A holy energy fell into Zi Chen's room. At first, I thought it was Zi Chen breaking through, but the energy was too weak. If it was really Zi Chen breaking through, then I could beat 2 of him at once. But Xingchen said it wasn't, and I also didn't think so. And then Zambu Haolin asked with a stare. Nothing else. Looking at Zambu Haolin's dissatisfied expression, Zambu Haochu hurriedly said, Then I pestered Xingchen for 2 days, but he still didn't tell me. I came back in a fit of anger. I wanted to ask Big Brother what was going on. You little brat, you dare to lie? Watch me beat you up. With a wave of his hand, he stopped Zambu Haoming and asked, You said that the energy fell into Zi Chen's residence. What about Zi Chen? He didn't come out. I even went to the door and shouted twice to ask if he was okay, but he didn't respond. Zambu Haoming nodded, but his frown deepened. Big Brother, what is going on? Second sister just mentioned a harmonious spirit master. Could this matter be related to a harmonious spirit master? Suddenly, Zambu Haochu's eyes widened and he cried out involuntarily. Could it be that this situation is what second sister often says? Saint crystals that have obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth. The saint crystal that can allow a heaven realm expert to become a saint? Zambu Haoming nodded. How is this possible? Are you going to tell me that Zi Chen is a harmonious spirit master? I don't know about this either. The possibility of Zi Chen becoming a harmonious spirit master is not high. Perhaps there is another harmonious spirit master in his residence. Zambu Haoming guessed. That's impossible. Zi Chen is alone in his residence. Even Guang Yao didn't sleep with him. Who could be in Zi Chen's residence? Zambu Haochu shook his head and said, You only know how to sleep with him? Are you an idiot? A harmonious spirit master is an important existence. How can you compare it to a woman? Zambu Haolin was so angry that she grabbed Zambu Haochu's ear again. Second sister, be gentle. Didn't you say that all harmonious spirit masters are saints? If they are saints, why don't they find their own residence? Why do they have to live with Zichen? Zambu Haochu's eyes lit up and said again, Could it be that the harmonious spirit master is a woman? Is that why she lives with Zichen? You idiot! You only know how to talk about women. Get lost. Zambu Haolin was furious. Second sister, that Guang Yao is really beautiful. Back then, Zichen even fought against the overlord forces for her. If we're talking about looks, although you're also very beautiful, you're still lacking compared to Guang Yao. Ouch! With a loud bang, Zanbu Haochu screamed miserably. He smashed through the restrictions here and fell outside. Zambu Haochu, this old lady is not done with you. A scream was heard. Zambu Haolin rushed out, followed by Zambu Haochu's scream. Zambu Haoming rubbed his forehead and pretended not to see the chaotic scene. Zi Chen's team needed to grow, and time was of the essence. Therefore, on the day Zambu Haochu left, Diren walked into Zi Chen's residence and came out with a saint crystal. Looking at Diren's natural envy, Zi Chen smiled and said, There will be one for you sooner or later, but not now. Diren scratched his head and said with an embarrassed expression, It is Master Diren's greatest blessing to be able to follow you. Go. Zi Chen waved his hand. Yes. Diren left. Diren's combat strength was not strong. Even if he fused with the saint crystal and became a saint, his status in the same realm was the same as in the heavenly realm. In the eyes of the heavenly realm, Diren was a high and mighty saint, but in the eyes of a saint, Diren was the weakest existence. What Zi Chen needed now was a saint warrior, and obviously Diren did not meet the standard. Every saint crystal needed to be recognized by the world, which made Zi Chen very helpless. He believed that the saint crystal from before had attracted the attention of the saints here. If he produced another saint crystal within 2 months, it was bound to cause a commotion, which was not in line with Zi Chen's original intention of keeping a low profile. Therefore, he could only continue to cultivate in seclusion. Fortunately, his physical strength had greatly improved in the past few months, and the time when his whole body was filled with saint force was just around the corner. Zambu Haoming, who had been thinking about it all night but still could not figure it out, decided to visit Zi Chen in person. The next day, he brought Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu to the outskirts of Planet 88. Zambu family, Zambu Haoming, however, before Zambu Haoming could officially speak, Zambu Haochu beside him shouted, Xingqin, I'm here with my eldest brother and second sister. Zambu Haoming turned around and glared at Zambu Haochu, thinking that the other party was rude. Come in. The space surged, and Xingqian's voice rang out. Zambu Haoming straightened his clothes, ignored the smug Zambu Haochu, and stepped in. Xingqian greets, Sir Saint. Looking at Zambu Haoming, Xingqian also bowed politely. Brother Xingqian, you're too polite. Call me Zambu Haoming or Haoming. Zambu Haoming said with a smile. He had heard from Zambu Haochu that Xingqian had a saint-level physical body. Although he did not know why the other party had not become a saint yet, once he became a saint, he would be one of the best among the saints. Even if his combat strength could not surpass him, he would be on par with him. Zambu Haolin, on the other hand, looked coldly at Xingqian. It was this guy who relied on his saint-level physical body to beat her younger Brother Black and Blue every day. May I know why Brother Haoming is here today? Xingqian did not pretend and asked with a smile. Zambu Haolin was dissatisfied with Xingqian's attitude and snorted. I want to see Zichen. I don't know if it's convenient. Zambu Haoming asked. Xing Qin shook his head and said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Haoming. Zi Chen is still in seclusion and can't come out for the time being. Zi Chen had indeed not come out of seclusion, and he had previously instructed that he would not see anyone. Zambu Haoming returned in disappointment, and Zambu Haochu dragged Zambu Haochu to see Brilliant. The scene of the two beauties meeting was completely imaginable. Coupled with Zambu Haochu's evaluation yesterday, the two almost fought. However, Zambu Haolin had to admit that apart from Brilliant's realm being a little lower than her, in terms of appearance and figure, she could be called a perfect woman. She was rare in the world. Zambu Haolin, who was also a great beauty, was obviously inferior when compared to Brilliant. For the first time, the two were not friendly, but fortunately they did not fight. Zi Chen really has good taste. Before leaving, Zambu Haolin snorted. Isn't that so? For her, he destroyed 2 overlords. This matter has almost become a legend of heroes and beauties. Zambu Haochu said, Speaking of beauties, it's not like I haven't seen one before. The beauty in Daystar region is not inferior to Brilliant. She then looked at Zanbu Haochu and said, I say, little brother, I saved your life before. Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? This time I came back because I was bullied by a stinky hooligan in Daystar region. Why don't you come with me to take revenge? Zanbu Haochu was stunned. Zanbu Haochu was stunned. Of course. I'll definitely kill whoever dares to bully you. Zambu Haochu's face showed a hint of anger. The other party is not weak. We can't act rashly. We need to find more helpers. Helpers? Aren't the 2 of us enough? Of course not. That guy's combat strength is not weak. But Big Brother is wholeheartedly devoted to the family. He definitely won't help us. The other saints in the family are all stubborn. It seems that we don't have any helpers. Zambu Haochu spread his hands and said helplessly. After a period of time, not only did Zambu Haochu become a regular here, but Zambu Haolin also came here frequently. Her relationship with Brilliant also changed from being like fire and water in the past to being able to talk about everything. It had to be said that although the siblings were both saints and had a bit of a temper, their temperament was not bad at all. Regardless of whether it was Xing Chen or Brilliant Light, they were able to get along well. However, during this period, Zambu Haolin intentionally or unintentionally asked when Zi Chen would come out of seclusion. She paid too much attention to Zi Chen. Time flew and a year quickly passed. Zambu Haochu came twice, but after failing to see Zi Chen, he also put the matter of the harmonious spirit master to the back of his mind and did not pay attention to it for the time being. But on a certain day, the same fluctuation of heaven and earth emerged from the 88th planet. Read the original content as soon as possible. Chapter 2187. Gazing at the energy vortex that appeared once again in the sky, Zambu Haoming's face was full of shock as he sensed the threatening saint aura from it. He muttered, after a year, another saint crystal. What kind of speed is this? Under normal circumstances, it would take several years for a harmonious spirit master to condense a saint crystal, and this time was only based on the success rate. If one counted the number of failures during this period, condensing a saint crystal in less than 10 years was already very impressive. However, Zi Chen and the others had only been here for a short period of a year. For cultivators of their level, this period of time was not even the blink of an eye. A mere 100 years was just a very short period of time in their eyes. Yet, in such a short period of time, he actually saw 2 saint crystals being formed. Of course, he was not naive enough to think that Zi Chen had 2 harmonious spirit masters. That kind of existence was truly rare and could not be encountered without a great opportunity. When he was out adventuring in the past, he happened to meet a harmonious spirit master and paid a hefty price for him to refine one for Zambu Haolin. At that time, the 2 siblings waited for 20 years. But now Zambu Haoming was speechless. At this moment, he even had a strong impulse to immediately rush to Planet 88 to see what was going on. However, After managing the family's affairs for many years and dealing with all kinds of people, he had also trained himself to be shrewd. He forcibly expelled the impulse in his heart, straightened his robe, and muttered, "Let's wait for 2 more days. Second sister and third brother are both on planet 88. I believe this time they will definitely find out the truth." With that, he turned and left. Of course, he did not forget to dismiss the enforcers and the other saints who came after hearing the news. "Second sister, look, it's that kind of thing again. On this day, Zambo Howleen happened to be on planet 88 again." Zambo Hauchu pointed at the vortex above and said, "In fact, it was not appropriate to say that it happened. In this year, Zambo Howleen and Zambo Hauchu would come here every day to chat with Guang Yao. Zambo Hauchu, on the other hand, was looking for Xing Qin to spar. Xing Qin and Guang Yao walked out of the room. This fluctuation meant that there would be another saint on their side. Naturally, the two of them were pleasantly surprised. The others also noticed this scene one after another, and their faces once again revealed looks of envy. It is indeed Zi Chen's residence. If this strange phenomenon is not caused by Zi Chen, then there is a harmonious spirit master living in Zi Chen's residence. But I have seen the changes in their expressions over the years. Every time they look at this place, there is only one expression. From this point of view, it doesn't seem like there are two people inside. Unless that Zi Chen is a puppet and their respect and worship is for the harmonious spirit master. Compared to Zambo Hauchu, Zambo Howleen's observation was more detailed. After staying here for more than a year, Zambo Howleen did not think that Zi Chen was a puppet. Moreover, from the information she had obtained, Zi Chen did indeed possess extremely powerful combat strength. Combined with the current situation, Zambo Howleen only had one guess in her heart. This guess was somewhat out of line with common sense and went against what the world knew, but it was backed by evidence. That was Zi Chen, the harmonious spirit master. At this moment, Zambo Howleen's attention was obviously different from the others. She spread out her spiritual sense and paid attention to the cultivators. Their faces revealed looks of envy. Judging from the changes in their expressions, this was not the first time such a scene had happened, and they knew very well what was going on. Shortly after, Zambo Howleen keenly noticed that many cultivators were looking at a certain place from time to time. There stood a heaven realm expert with an even more excited expression. He was the focus of all the envious gazes. That person was very excited, and his aura was naturally released. Zambo Howleen's sharp senses sensed that his aura was actually the same as the saint energy that was about to take shape in the sky. At this moment, the answer was obvious. This saint crystal was tailor-made for him, a saint crystal that belonged to him alone. Retracting her gaze and looking at the energy falling from the sky, Zambo Howleen murmured, "It seems that Zi Chen has a lot of secrets." She turned and walked towards Brilliant. After seeing him, she asked with a smile, "Little sister Yao, the harmonious spirit master here, is Zi Chen, right?" At this moment, Zambo Howleen's face revealed a sweet smile. Her long and narrow eyes looked at Brilliant with some expectation. This made Brilliant unable to bear to refuse her. "Tell me, is that harmonious spirit master Zi Chen?" Zambo Howleen asked again after seeing the change in Brilliant's expression. She looked pitiful, recalling the harmonious relationship between the two of them in the past year. Brilliant nodded as he thought that this was not a secret. Thus, Zi Chen's biggest secret was revealed in front of Zambo Howleen. "Yeah, little sister Yao, you're the best. I know you're a good person with a good heart. I didn't misjudge you." Zambo Howleen excitedly hugged Guang Yao. This sudden action made Guang Yao very shy. His face was bright red, which made him look very pretty. "You little girl, don't be shy. It's big sister hugging you, not Zi Chen." Zambo Howleen snorted. In another direction, Xing Qin saw this scene and shook his head. In the end, she was too kind. As the energy fell, the saint crystal in front of Zi Chen gradually became full. His bright eyes revealed a touch of joy. This time, the refinement was successful in one go. It only took a little more than a month. During the rest of the time, Zichun was cultivating. He really did not neglect refining and cultivating, but soon his expression became startled, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. It seems that this state of seclusion is coming to an end. Just now, he received a message from Xingqian. The latter told him that his identity had been exposed and that the traitor was brilliant. Shaking his head and laughing, Zichun had to face reality. During this period, Xingqian also sent him a message. It was said that Zambo Haolin was looking for him. It was either for something or for something. The only possibility was the former. He couldn't even remember what Zambo Haolin looked like. How could the latter be interested in him? Although he thought that he was quite handsome, he was not narcissistic to the point of being loved by everyone. Zichun was already very satisfied to have a few confidants in this life. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need to continue hiding. On the same day, Zichun walked out of the Universal Origin Cauldron and opened the door. Xingqian, Brilliant, Zambo Haolin, and Zambo Haochu stood outside the hall. Xingqian and Brilliant's expressions were normal. Zambo Haochu's face was full of curiosity and surprise. As for Zambo Haolin, there was a touch of respect in her surprised expression. She was not a hothead like Zambo Haochu. She knew what kind of status a harmonious spirit master had in this star path, and even in the great thousand world. Swoosh! Zichun did not disappoint either of them. When he walked out, he took out the Saint Crystal and casually tossed it out. The Saint Crystal turned into a stream of light and landed in the hands of one of the Heaven Realm Masters. That Heaven Realm expert was the one that Zambo Haolin had noticed earlier. "Thank you, Master." After receiving the Saint Crystal, the Heaven Realm expert respectfully bowed in the direction of Zichun. Under the envious gazes of other cultivators, he flew back to his residence. Obviously, he couldn't wait to refine the Saint Crystal. When Zambo Haochu saw this scene, there was a touch of worship in his curious expression. Zanbu Haolin, on the other hand, was a little dumbfounded. She clearly remembered that the harmonious spirit master who paid a great price to refine the Saint Crystal for her was so weak when he came out. Moreover, he was so respectful when he held the Saint Crystal in his hand as if he was holding a very sacred object. But today, Zichun had just casually tossed it away. His attitude was extremely casual, as if what he had thrown away was not a dream door to enter the Saint's Gate, but a very casual object. "Why are you all here?" Seeing that the four people in front of him didn't speak and didn't make way, Zichun could only take the initiative to speak. Otherwise, with the gate blocked, he wouldn't be able to get out. "Zichun, you're really a harmonious spirit master. You're too amazing." Zambo Haochu exclaimed excitedly. Zambo Haolin greets, "Master, harmonious spirit master." Zambo Haolin bowed to Zichun with a very respectful expression. Zichun waved his hand and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite. You're friends with Xingqian and Guangyao, so you're Zichun's friends. You can just call me by my name. I'm not used to being called master. Moreover, it's being called master by a saint. You should know that I'm just a Heaven Realm expert." "Impossible, Zichun, you're lying. My second sister said that a harmonious spirit master must be a saint," Zambo Haochu said. "My situation is a little special." Looking at Zambo Haochu, Zichun said, "I've come out of seclusion. If you still want to spar, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." "Humph, teach me a lesson?" "Let me tell you, I've improved a lot during this time. Even if I use my body, I can still defeat you." Zambo Haochu's eyes lit up when he mentioned the spar again. His battle intent rose. "Let's talk about this later. Your brother is here." Zichun shook his head and walked out of the hall. "My brother is here?" Zambo Haochu was slightly stunned. At this time, Zambo Haochu's voice sounded from outside the world. Zambo Haochu requests an audience with Master Zichun. This time, Zambo Haochu didn't mention the Zambo family. He also addressed Zichun as Master Zichun instead of Brother Zichun. His attitude was very respectful. This was the status of a harmonious spirit master. It was enough to make most forces bow their heads in front of him. Moreover, mentioning one's family in front of a harmonious spirit master was undoubtedly a slap to one's face. If a harmonious spirit master wanted to, he could build a huge force in a very short time. In fact, the restriction on Planet 88 had just been destroyed. Zambo Hauchu could have come in by himself, but he still stood outside. "Come in," Zi-Chen's voice sounded. Zambo Hauchu flew in. After seeing Zi-Chen, he once again respectfully saluted Zi-Chen. "Zambo Hauchu greets master." "I just told the two of them not to be so polite. You can just call me Zi-Chen. I'll call you Hauchu from now on. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this period of time. This place is very quiet and no one disturbed us. You're too kind, master. This is what we should do." After that, they returned to the main hall where Zi-Chan was. Brilliant personally served them tea and snacks, while Zambu Howlin volunteered to help out at the side. Chapter 2188. After knowing that Zi-Chan was a harmonious spirit master, Zambo Haoming was shocked for a while. However, when he thought about how Zi-Chan was that man's disciple and came from the Life Star at the beginning of this world, it didn't seem impossible. One couldn't use common sense to judge a person. Thus, he quickly accepted the fact and came to visit him personally, intending to keep this matter a secret. When the two sides met, of course, the weaker side apologized. However, Zambo Haoming didn't know what he had done wrong. After that, Zambo Haoming said awkwardly, "I didn't know that you would come here, sir. We have taken in the people of the two forces. However, this matter is related to our family's honor." Zi-Chen knew what he meant. He smiled and said, "It's different. We don't have an unresolvable grudge. It's just that we have different standpoints. Since those people came here, it means that they aren't fated to die. You don't have to deliberately make things difficult for them." Zi-Chen didn't have much hatred for the Nico and Gung families. The reason why he eliminated them was because they had different standpoints. Zi-Chen needed to consider the future of the people who would come later. "Sir, you really came from the Life Star?" Zambu Haoming still had doubts in his heart. He wasn't as relaxed as Hauchu and Howlin, so he called him sir. "Yes, I'm from the Life Star," Zi-Chen nodded and said. After getting a positive answer, Zambo Haoming said, "I'm just curious. I heard that existences from the Life Star can't become spirit devourers. However, our Zambastar area doesn't have any malicious intent toward the cultivators from the Life Star. Although we don't treat them with respect, we have given them enough fairness." Zi-Chen admitted this point. When he first came here, he found that this star area was different from the others. Because Zambo Haoming was too cautious, they didn't talk for a long time before he left. Of course, before he left, he didn't forget to say that he would keep the secret that Zi-Chen was a harmonious spirit master. When they first met, Zambo Haoming didn't mention that he was willing to pay a price to let Zi-Chen condense St. Crystals. After Zambo Haoming left, Zambo Howlin and Zambo Hauchu relaxed. Zambo Hauchu, on the other hand, was clamoring to challenge Zi-Chen. How? It was rare for Zi-Chen to be in such a good mood today, so he asked with a smile. Zambo Hauchu said, "I've recently become more interested in physical combat. If you don't mind, we can compete." Upon hearing this, both Xingqian and Brilliant shook their heads. Zi-Chen's strongest skill now was his physical body. Although his physical body had not reached the Saint grade, the power that he could unleash was stronger than Xingqian. Zanbu Hauchu's actions were purely smashing into an iron plate. There was no need to deliberately find a battlefield. They could fight in this hall. In a temporarily open space, Zi-Chen and Zambu Hauchu faced each other. The latter's expression was very excited. Fighting spirit surged around him, and his eyes were sharp. Outside this space, Xingqian and the others were quietly watching. Even Zambo Howlin had found some glittering sunflower seeds from somewhere and was preparing to sit down and eat them while enjoying the fight. In the space, the battle began. Zambu Haochu's body glowed as he rushed toward Zichun with small steps. As he rushed forward, he began to mobilize the power of his physical body, condensing his strongest punch and punched toward Zichun's face. The wind whistled and the fist light surged. Even the temporary space shook. Zichun's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. Feeling the punch coming toward him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as Zambu Haochu's fist was about to land, he instantly punched out. This space instantly flashed with a dazzling golden light. This golden light was dazzling and powerful, and the wind pressure it brought was even stronger. The temporary space began to distort crazily, as if it could not withstand this power and was about to collapse. Pum! The two fists collided and a tremor burst out. A visible ripple spread out from the two fists. The temporary space shattered in an instant, and the manifested black hole swallowed the energy aftermath that continued to disperse. Zichun and Zambu Haochu's figures appeared in the hall at the same time. The smile on Zichun's face remained as he stood in place, while Zambu Haochu in front of him was sent flying backward. One blow and the battle was over. Zambu Haolin stopped munching on her sunflower seeds. She looked at Zichun in disbelief. Although she knew that Zichun was very strong and that there was no way her silly brother could win, she still believed that this battle would be very exciting. However, being defeated in just one move was completely unexpected, and she could not judge whether this battle was exciting or not. Xing Chen's and Brilliant Light's expressions didn't change much. This scene wasn't out of their expectations. However, when they saw Zambu Haochu flying backwards with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, they couldn't help but smile faintly. This guy was really unlucky. First, he was beaten by Xing Chen, and now he was defeated by Zichun in one move. Cough, cough. Zambu Haochu's body smashed against the wall of the hall, constantly coughing, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes that were previously full of fighting spirit were now filled with shock. You freak. He looked at Zichun for a long time before he could say the following words. He could not hide the shock on his face. Obviously, he had already seen that Zichun's physical strength was much stronger than Xing Chen's. You let me win. Zichun looked at Zambu Haochu and smiled softly, then stepped forward and pulled him up. This guy's temperament was not bad, just like a child. He did not have the dignity and arrogance of a saint at all. He could be regarded as a weirdo among saints. Ah, Zichun, you injured my brother. At this moment, Zambu Haolin, who had awakened from the shock, rolled her eyes and shouted in surprise. Oh, do you still want revenge? After pulling Zambu Haochu up, Zichun looked back at Zambu Haolin and asked with a smile, I'm only a little girl. I've never thought about revenge. But you can't bully my little brother like this. He only came to spar with you, yet you injured him. Could it be that you're looking down on us siblings? We were bullied outside, and now that we're back at home, we're still bullied by others? As she spoke, Zambu Haolin revealed a pitiful appearance, as if she was about to cry. Her expression changed so quickly that Zichun was a little stunned. What's going on? Isn't this woman's thinking changing too quickly? Xing Chen was also very speechless and spread his hands at Zichun to express his helplessness. As for Brilliant, he seemed to sympathize with the other party. When Zambu Haochu saw his sister like this, he was instantly stunned, but after only 2 seconds, he fell to the ground holding his stomach. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth again, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Zichun looked at Zambu Haochu's appearance and smiled helplessly. I say, this is too fake. You and I fought with our fists. Why are you holding your stomach now? My whole body hurts. I'm seriously injured, and I'm about to die. Zambu Haochu said, painfully, and more blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the siblings, Zichun became more and more speechless. He could only look at Zambu Haolin and say, Okay, your siblings' acting skills are really not worthy of praise. If you have something to say, just say it, but let's make it clear in advance. Everything is within the scope of my ability. Yeah. Zambu Howleen shouted excitedly, and her previous aggrieved look disappeared. She said, I was bullied by a guy in the Daystar region, and my family won't stand up for me, so I can only ask for your help. A guy? Is the other party a Saint King? Even the two of you can't deal with him. Zi-Chin asked doubtfully. That guy is a saint, but there are other saints around him. Not only that, but he also gathered the saints of the Daystar region. Naturally, I'm no match for him, Zambu Hauchu said angrily. However, when she saw Zi-Chin frown, she was worried that he would not help. So she said again, I'm not asking you to help for nothing. I don't know about other things, but that guy has the Void Monarch Tree. If worst comes to worst, the Void Monarch Tree will belong to you after you kill that guy. The Void Monarch Tree. Zi-Chen was slightly startled. The advanced version of the Void Monarch Tree. You don't have to worry about energy consumption when you carry it with you. It's equivalent to endless, attribute-less crystals. In addition, it's also very useful for doppelgangers. It can constantly maintain the doppelganger's energy consumption without needing to replenish it. To put it simply, if a doppelganger has a Void Monarch Tree, it won't dissipate before the Void Monarch Tree dies, Xingqian explained. There's such a thing. Zi-Chin was very surprised to hear this. There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. However, only the Void Monarch Tree has this function. Ordinary Void Monarch Trees don't have this effect, Xingqian said. Zambu Howleen looked at Zi-Chin and said, What do you think? How about this reward? Tell me about the other party's background. Zi-Chen did not immediately agree. Since the other party could mobilize the saints of the Daystar region, her identity was naturally extraordinary. I'm just asking for your help. Why do you have so many questions? Besides, you're not just helping me. You're also helping yourself, Zambu Howleen muttered. What do you mean by helping myself? Zambu Howleen first glanced at Brilliant and then said, I accidentally broke into a planet in the Daystar region and saw a great beauty there. Although that beauty's temperament was different from Sister Yao's, she was equally stunning. Don't you like beauties? That guy is now having designs on that beauty. Once you save him, that beauty will definitely repay you with her body. What do you mean, I like beauties? Zi-Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. If you don't like beauties, why did you save Sister Yao and her people? Zambu Howleen said unhappily. That's because we all came from a life star. We're of the same race. Since our race is in trouble, we naturally have to help, Zi-Chen said again. That's right. Zambu Howleen's face revealed a scheming expression. She smiled and said, That beauty also came from a life star, and her people are also there. Now, your people are being bullied by that guy. Don't you want to help? She thought that after saying this, Zi-Chen would be speechless. Who knew that in the next moment, Zi-Chen's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, The person you're talking about should be Doff Hill, right? P.S. Today is the last day of 2015 on the Gregorian calendar. Tonight is New Year's Eve. First of all, thank you for your support. Thank you to all the paying readers who support Thunder Warrior. It is because of your existence that Thunder Warrior can persist. The TV at home does not have a cable, so I can't watch the party live. The internet speed is not very fast either. The computer lags when watching the party, so I won't watch it. To me, New Year's Eve means that I'm 1 year older, so I won't celebrate it. I'll add a chapter at midnight. This is my thanks to all the paying readers. Thank you for your support. I wish you all have fun. Chapter 2189. What did you say? Zambu Howleen was stunned and asked doubtfully. You don't have to lie to me. The person you're talking about is called Hill, and he's from the Doff family. Zi-Chin said in a deep voice, I just noticed a change in your expression. There seems to be a flash of surprise and panic in your eyes. What? Sister, the person you're talking about is from the Doff family? Zambu Hauchu, who had already gotten up from the ground, was also surprised. So what? He bullied your sister. Shouldn't we go and teach him a lesson? Are you afraid? Zambu Haolin stared at Zambu Haochu with an aggrieved expression. This time, she was not pretending. She really felt aggrieved. She believed that the other party had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of Hill, and although this person's temperament was not bad, he was definitely not someone who could endure a loss. Zambu Haochu scratched his head and said, "That's not what I meant. I was just a little surprised. Let alone the Dov family. Even if the Protoss bullied my sister, I will definitely fight the Protoss." "That's more like it." A smile reappeared on Zambu Haolin's face, but tears fell from her cheeks. She then looked at Zi Qin, but did not plead for anything. "You're right. Helping you in this matter is helping me. Even if you don't have a grudge, as long as I know the news, I will personally go there. How many people are there?" "Tell me honestly," said Zi Qin. "I don't know the details. Anyway, I've only seen 5 saints. 2 of them are from the Day Star Field, and the other 2 are his guards. However, the other party's identity is special. He must be able to summon the other saints of the Day Star Field. There are 6 saints in that star field." Zi Qin frowned and asked in confusion, "Why are there only 6? Aren't the star fields stronger the deeper you go?" After all, there were over 10 saints in Zanbu stellar region. However, there were only 6 saints in Dei stellar region, which was even further away. It was very incomprehensible. "I know. Back then, your teacher entered that star field and carried out a destructive massacre. There was not a single saint in that star field, nor was there a large family. During that period, the strongest person, Dei, was directly killed by your teacher. Over the years, that star field finally produced 6 saints," said Zambu Haochu. "If there are only 6 saints, why don't you all settle down in that star field?" Zi Qin still had doubts in his heart. He knew that the Gung family had always wanted to enter the nickel star field. Because of the war back then, the world's spiritual energy in that star field became very chaotic. Moreover, the spiritual energy in that star field is not easy to gather. It's not even comparable to nickel star field. In addition, our Zambo family doesn't have much ambition, so we're not interested in that star field. Speaking of which, our family is already struggling to manage such a star field, so we don't have the energy to plunder it. Zi Qin nodded. This reason made sense. What about the family? Did any family from Dei stellar region take action? Asked Zi Qin. No, only saints. In this way, Zi Chan had to face 9 saints, which was the same as nickel star field. More than a year has passed. Are you still sure that the tribe has been destroyed? That tribe has some tricks up their sleeves. It's very difficult for Hill to break through that tribe in just a year, said Zambo Haochu with certainty. Back then, there was a great turmoil in Dei stellar region. The source of that turmoil was Wuji, who is now a taboo in the star path. In that chaotic era, all the saints in Dei stellar region were killed. It was said that there were several saint kings who had died. It had been a long time, and many people had died in that battle. Thus, the authenticity of that battle couldn't be verified. They only knew that Wuji had almost destroyed Dei stellar region by himself, making it disappear forever. That year, Dei was still an expert, the ruler of a force. This star area was named after him. However, in the battle with Wuji, Dei was killed. Luckily, after that battle, Wuji continued to explore. Otherwise, Dei stellar region would have changed its name to Wuji stellar region. No one knew the details of that year. Of course, no one knew that Wuji had almost destroyed Dei stellar region because of a tribe from a life star. That tribe was one of the royal clans called the Moon Clan. Although Hill of the Doff family hadn't seen that battle with his own eyes, he knew the reason and details of that battle. He also knew that the Moon Clan hadn't left that year. They were hiding on a planet in this star area. However, this planet was hidden by a powerful restriction. After many years of searching, he finally found the hidden Moon Clan. However, things were out of his expectation. He hadn't been able to attack the Moon Clan yet. Looking at the end of his line of sight, at the restriction light shield that covered an entire city, Hill's handsome face gradually turned cold. He said coldly, "Why hasn't that slave come back yet?" Next to Hill stood two saints. One of them said he must have gone to check that restriction. This trash can't even do such a simple thing. Just as he was speaking, a figure with starlight around him flew over from afar. This person's appearance was almost exactly the same as Xingqian from the Star Tribe. It was just that there was a hint of gray between his eyebrows, and his eyes were not as bright as Xingqian's. He looked very dispirited, without the slightest bit of vitality. "Trash, what did you find?" Hill asked coldly, looking at the figure flying over. "Master, that restriction didn't have any flaws. My whereabouts were almost exposed," the figure said respectfully, kneeling on one knee. "You can't even do such a simple thing. What's the use of trash like you?" Hill kicked him in the chest. A gust of saint power surged, and the figure flew back, coughing up blood. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't think of a way, you can break the formation yourself." With that, Hill turned and left. The other 2 saints glanced at the Heaven Realm figure indifferently and left with Hill. The Heaven Realm figure stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. The gray air between his eyebrows grew thicker. He looked back at the city, shrouded in restriction. His eyes were lifeless and filled with despair. In that city, there was also a pair of eyes that landed on him. The eyes were old and wise. Looking at the Heaven Realm figure, there was a lot of helplessness in the eyes. Now, it's more painful for him to live than to die. A voice rang out from behind him. A woman, shrouded in a hazy moonlight, walked over. She was like a person from a painting, possessing an exquisite and impeccable face. Her round and straight, jade-like legs set off her tall and slender figure. This was a woman whose looks did not lose out to dazzling, and was also a rare beauty in this world. In front of her, the owner of the gaze was a mature, middle-aged woman. She stood on the city wall, her skirt fluttering. She looked at the Heaven Realm and didn't speak for a long time. "We should think of a way to save him," the young woman said, coming to the woman's side. "How can we save him?" "We need to save ourselves more now," the middle-aged woman said with a soft sigh. "It's difficult for them to break this restriction with their strength. We just need to open the restriction and let him in. Then, we'll think of a way to save him. His soul has already been controlled. Coming here will only make our situation worse. Furthermore, it might even harm him. Although his fate is very strong, we can't rule out that some kind of unforeseen event will happen and he will die early. Are we just going to watch him give up on himself?" the young woman said to the woman. "Perhaps fate will arrange all of this." The woman raised her head to look at the endless starry sky. There was a lot of helplessness in her words. "Fate will only send him to his death," the young woman couldn't help but say. After that, there was silence. The 2 stood on the city wall without saying a word. Just like that, they stood there for 3 days. The Heaven Realm also stood there for 3 days. In his line of sight, the people from the Doff family appeared again. It was unknown what they said, but the Heaven Realm nodded respectfully, then turned around and rushed over. The young woman said, "He's here. Are we still going to ignore him like before?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and didn't say anything. However, there seemed to be a light in her wise eyes. The Heaven Realm began to charge forward, his speed increasing. He was like a meteor, whistling as he moved forward. He directly crashed into the restriction with a fearless expression. Even a saint can't break this restriction. How can a mere Heaven Realm like him break it? Does he want to die? The young woman covered her mouth in shock, as if sensing danger approaching. The restriction trembled on its own. Then a ball of fire flew out and headed straight for the Heaven Realm. Pum! The Heaven Realm was hit by the fire. The starlight defense around him instantly shattered, and he was sent flying. After flying back a few hundred meters, the Heaven Realm stabilized himself and charged forward again. "Do you want to die? Hurry up and go back!" The young woman shouted at the Heaven Realm outside the restriction. "Go back and he'll die faster," the middle-aged woman said. The fire appeared again on the restriction and landed behind the Heaven Realm. The latter was sent flying again, but this time his entire body was covered in flames. This was a restriction unique to the Moon family, left behind by that person. Even a saint wouldn't dare to casually step in, let alone a heaven realm. If the heaven realm insisted on charging forward, he would die. Ancestor, he can't die. We have to save him. The young woman's eyes were filled with a hint of pleading. 9 saints appeared in the distance. After seeing this scene, they laughed loudly. Among them, Doff Hill was laughing the happiest. His expression was exaggerated and somewhat sinister. The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, "No one can save him unless—" Before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked in a certain direction. The seal that shrouded the Moon clan began to fluctuate intensely at this moment. The heaven realm, who was completely covered in flames and whose eyes were filled with the will to die, suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. P.S. Happy New Year. Chapter 2190. The middle-aged woman's gaze was fixed in a certain direction. Her wise eyes flickered with light, and within those light there seemed to be jumping runes. "Ancestor!" the young woman next to her softly called out when she saw this scene. The middle-aged woman did not speak, but the light in her eyes was still flickering. The young woman fell silent, quietly watching the scene. She knew that the ancestor was divining, and it was a very exhausting divination. She knew what kind of existence the ancestor was. She was very surprised at what had happened that required the ancestor to spend so much energy on divination. In addition to being surprised, her beautiful face also revealed a look of worry. She did not know how long the ancestor could last if she continued divining like this. Subconsciously, she glanced at the heavenly realm expert and was surprised to find that he was no longer charging, but looking back in the same direction as the ancestor. "What's there?" The young woman turned her head and looked in that direction with her hazy eyes. It was a very casual glance, and she was destined to see nothing. But the young woman suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart, as if her fate had undergone some indescribable changes with this glance. It was fate. It was the blessing of fate. Or it was true destruction. The middle-aged woman retracted her gaze, and her wise eyes were filled with confusion. "Ancestor, what did you see?" the young woman asked. "I saw the future and fate," the middle-aged woman said. "Then what is it?" the young woman asked. "Avicania." The middle-aged woman shook her head, then looked at the heavenly realm expert and said, "Perhaps he knows." "He knows?" The young woman was very surprised. Even the ancestor did not know, but a heavenly realm expert did. "What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for death? Break the formation with all your strength." Doff Hill's angry roar came from the distance. The heavenly realm expert's expression returned to normal. He looked back at the two through the seal, then turned into a stream of light and charged forward again. "He shouldn't die. Reduce the power of the seal," the middle-aged woman ordered. The young woman immediately nodded, and her figure turned into a hazy light and disappeared. The heavenly realm continued to charge forward, and flames continued to appear, but the power was greatly reduced. The heavenly realm expert was still suffering the pain of being burned by the flames, but it was not fatal for the time being. After receiving the news from Zambohaolin, Zi-Chun decided to head to the Dei Star region. There were only 9 saints in total, so it was not impossible for them to deal with them. Furthermore, Zambohaolin and Zambohaochu would be traveling together. No matter what, both of them were saints themselves. But to Zi-Chen's surprise, when he left, the most powerful member of the Zambo family, Zambohaoming, also joined him. The other party claimed that he was seeking justice for his younger sister. As for whether he had any other intentions, no one knew. Zi-Chun brought everyone and left planet 88. Xing-Chen and Brilliant followed beside him. With Xing-Chen's current combat strength, he could only deal with an injured saint. However, in the past year or so, his combat strength had improved greatly. Although he had not completely broken through, it was no problem for him to block 2 saints, just like in the Nickel Sector. Huan Kai could barely delay 1 saint for a short period of time, so there were only 3 saints left. During this period, Zhongjian trapped another saint in the treasure pavilion, so there were only 2 saints left for Zichen. With Zichen's current realm, he could barely deal with them, but it would be very strenuous. Of course, there were still many uncertainties, but fortunately, Zamba Haolin had said that the woman who was as beautiful as brilliant seemed to be a saint as well. In this way, everyone still had a chance of winning. Everyone arrived at this star region as fast as they could. After arriving, Zamba Haolin said, "I left in a hurry, so I'm not too sure about that place. Let me think about it carefully." As soon as they arrived, Xing Chen's expression froze. He looked in a certain direction, and his expression became very unnatural. Brilliant beside him noticed the abnormality, but before he could ask, Zichen took out a star map and said, "Let's go straight in this direction." Everyone looked at him in surprise. They knew that this was his first time in this star region and did not understand where he got his confidence from. "This is what I sensed," Zichen explained. In fact, it was not his perception, but the cauldron of creations. Just now, the cauldron sent out a spiritual thought and sensed a special wave of energy. That wave was very familiar. It seems to be in this direction. Follow me. Zamba Haolin glanced at the star map, then led everyone to the nearest transportation matrix and began long-distance transportation between planets. Ever since she broke through to the Saint Realm, she had been out all year round and was very familiar with this star region. When she teleported, she always traveled the shortest distance. "What's wrong?" On the way, Brilliant asked with concern. Ever since they arrived in this star region, Xing Chen's expression had not been good. Xing Chen shook his head and did not speak. His mood was still low, and his attention was not focused. He seemed to be thinking about something. "I remember now. It's in this place. It's a little hidden. Let's go there now." After traveling about half the distance, Zamba Haolin suddenly pointed at a certain spot on the star map. Then they sped up again. There were a few saints in the group, so no one dared to obstruct them as they passed. The saints who had been paying attention to the restriction ahead quickly noticed the abnormality of that heaven realm expert. One of the saints came to Hill and said, "The restriction's power has indeed decreased. It seems that young master was right. Those people don't want that trash to die." Hill revealed a cold smile. "He's not an ordinary trash. He's the last member of the Star Clan. He has the title of Xing Chen's son. If they kill that trash, the Star King clan on this life star will disappear from this world." That saint nodded and said, "Everything is going according to young master's prediction. Should we take action now?" Hill shook his head and said, "No need. Let's wait for a while. This restriction is strange. We have to find the right time to break it. Let that trash waste more energy. I believe the restriction's power will decrease by another level. Trash, attack faster. Otherwise, you'll die immediately." Hill's cold voice arose in that heaven realm expert's sea of consciousness. That guy was emotionless. He continued to dash forward. It was a suicidal attack. From the beginning to the end, he had not touched the restriction. Instead, he was wounded. If the restriction's power hadn't decreased, he would have died long ago. At this moment, Hill could also see the beautiful middle-aged woman on the city wall through the restriction. After the first conversation, they didn't interact with each other again. But at this moment, Hill found that the beautiful middle-aged woman was looking at him with an inexplicable gaze. For some reason, this inexplicable gaze made him feel uneasy. "Humph, old thing. Don't think that I can't tell that you don't have any strength left. You can only stand there and pretend. After I break through this place, I'll exterminate the Moon Clan right in front of you. I'll kill all the men, and I'll torture all the women." Hill's eyes were filled with deep hatred. At this moment, a tall figure appeared in his mind. This figure was as majestic as the heavens and earth. It was the greatest person in his heart. His body glowed. The dazzling light illuminated the entire world and also illuminated Hill's heart. His heart was burning. His expression was emotional. But in the next moment, a figure emitting golden light appeared. He descended from the sky like a demon. The blinding light in his eyes was immediately extinguished as the stalwart figure fell to the ground. Boiling blood splattered all over his body, blurring his vision. At that moment, the sky in his heart collapsed. A nightmarish golden figure appeared in his mind, becoming the sorrow and nightmare in his heart that he would never be able to get rid of. On that day, he saw a demon and recognized fear. That was the most tragic scene he had ever experienced in his life. The Doff clan was almost destroyed. His father's blood sprayed all over his body and splashed into his heart. It was branded in his heart along with that demon-like figure. From then on, his world lost its light. He gradually grew up and was called a genius. His clan became strong again. Everyone smiled again and felt proud of their clan name. Many people praised him as a genius, a rare existence in the world. His future was limitless. However, the moment that imposing figure fell, there was no light in his world. The dark red blood and the demon-like figure became a nightmare that accompanied him as he grew day by day. He hated that person, but he was also afraid of that person. He wanted to kill that person to avenge his father and clan, but he was afraid of meeting that person. There was a deep fear in his heart. It was a nightmare, a demon in his heart. It was a taboo in cultivation. If he wanted to grow, he had to get rid of this demon. But he could not find that person, nor did he dare to find that person. So he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to dispel the nightmare. He wanted to destroy everything that person once protected. He wanted to make what that person cared about become what everyone despised. So he went out and came here. Thinking about the past, his expression became twisted and ferocious. His eyes glowed red as if they were stained with blood. At that moment, the Heaven Realm cultivator was beaten back again. "Trash, get out of my way." His eyes that seemed to be filled with blood emitted a cold light. With a roar, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. Terrifying Saint Aura appeared in an instant. A gust of murderous intent swept across the world. In the sky, the white clouds turned blood red. The entire sky turned blood red. He'll put his hands together and raise them above his head. A blood sword that was emitting blood-red light and completely formed by Saint Power appeared in his hands. There seemed to be blood lightning circling around the sword. He held the sword with both hands and immediately slashed down. As the sword fell, the void was cut open like a piece of cloth and scattered to the sides. The blood-red sword light went forward and landed on the seal. Swoosh! The seal was split into two. P.S. Happy 2016, everyone. Chapter 2191. Because they had to take care of Xing Chen's son, the power of the seal was reduced to the minimum. Dalfu Hill, whose hatred had been aroused, used a powerful strike to break the seal. With one strike, the seal was forcibly cut open. Hill's eyes were still red as if they had been filled with blood. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. The blood sword that had cut open the seal continued to cut down with unstoppable force. Its target was the middle-aged woman standing on the city wall. The space rippled, and a young and beautiful woman appeared beside the middle-aged woman. Hazy moonlight flashed around her, and powerful, saintly light radiated from her. Her blue dress fluttered without wind. Looking at the sharp sword, she slowly reached out her hand. Endless moon power gathered in her palm, and she raised it above her head. Hum! A barrier formed entirely of moonlight appeared above the woman's palm, blocking the blood sword light that followed. The blood sword released powerful destructive energy. This energy kept raging, and the surrounding space was shattered. However, it could not enter the barrier at all. The middle-aged woman looked through the barrier and the blood sword at the crazed Hill. Her wise eyes did not waver at all. Just then, the seal could have quickly changed and blocked Hill's attack. If she wanted to, Hill and the others would not be able to break through the seal at all. However, she did not do so. Instead, she let the seal break. Boom! In the clash of energy, the barrier above the young woman exploded. The terrifying power caused her to take 2 steps back. Dauphishir, on the other hand, was sent flying out of the city and stopped a few hundred meters away. Swish, 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 swish. Light flashed, and the other 8 saints came to Daufhill's side. They looked down at the 2 people on the city wall, as well as the terrified Yu Clan people in the city. Cold smiles appeared on their faces. When the Yu Clan people in the city looked up and saw the 9 saints, they were already in despair. Without the seal, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They had no power to resist at all. The young woman was still standing there calmly. She was not afraid of death, but there was a hint of confusion in her heart. She did not understand why the ancestor chose to give up on the restriction. It had to be known that the restriction was the greatest reliance of the Moon Clan. You have been blinded by hatred. You have lost a clear heart. If you cannot let go of all of this, your cultivation base will stop here, the middle-aged woman said, looking at Hill. A ferocious smile appeared on Hill's face. I'll naturally let go of my hatred after I destroy your clan. But you old thing, you're about to die, yet you still have so much nonsense to say. Without the restriction, the Moon Clan would definitely perish. Everything was going according to his prediction. Hill seemed to have seen the destruction of the Moon Clan, so he laughed proudly. His laughter was filled with the joy of getting his revenge, but it also contained an unresolvable bitterness. From the corner of his eye, Hill saw Xing Chen's son, who was about to die. He stopped smiling and said coldly, "Trash! What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and fight." He had spent a great deal of effort to capture Xing Chen's son. He had already controlled his soul, and his life was in his hands. It was because of this that he was able to find the hiding place of the Moon Clan. This was all found by Xing Chen's son through some kind of connection. Xing Chen's son, who was usually obedient to him, shook his head expressionlessly after hearing Hill's words. Seeing that it was the first time he had been rejected, Hill was stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise. After pausing for a few breaths, he said coldly, "You dare to disobey my orders? Do you know what you're doing?" Xing Chen's son said, "Of course I know. I am Xing Chen's son. From now on, I will not listen to your orders." Looking at the son of the stars who had suddenly become unyielding, the 8 saints were stunned for a moment, and then a mocking smile appeared on their faces, by saying that the other party was clearly courting death. Now he should be waiting for young Master Hill to destroy his soul. However, in the young woman's eyes, Xing Chen's son had undergone an obvious change. His eyes shone like Xing Chen's, and the original deathly aura disappeared. He was full of vitality again. "You're courting death. You know that the Moon Clan will be destroyed, and you're waiting for me to fulfill your wish," Hill said coldly. "You can't kill him." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. "Who is it?" Hill's expression turned cold as he looked into the distance. The other 8 saints also turned their heads. In the direction they were looking, several figures appeared. They all looked very young, and after they appeared, they walked towards them. The few of them walked side by side, so it was hard to tell who the leader was. However, their gazes landed on one of the young men instantly. This young man had the same looks as Xing Chen's son. His entire body shone with the radiant light of Xing Chen. Those eyes of his that were as bright as the stars landed on Hill. His expression was one of anger and mockery. Looking at Xing Chen, who had arrived, Hill was stunned. The 8 saints did not know what was going on as well. Their gazes kept darting between the 2 sons of Xing Chen. Both of them had the same looks and aura as though they were twins. The young woman was stunned as well. However, she soon spotted Zambo Howlin. She had seen her before, and guessed that she was a helper that Zambo Howlin had found. Is this the guidance of fate? Unlike the young woman, the middle-aged woman's gaze landed on Zichin. She had a benevolent smile on her face, as though she was looking at a descendant of her own family. "Who are you?" "Doff," Hill asked coldly as he looked at Xing Chen. "I am Xing Chen's son," Xing Chen replied calmly. You are Xing Chen's son. What about him? Hill pointed at the other son of Xing Chen. He is also Xing Chen's son. Xing Chen turned to look at his other self with a smile on his face. The son of Xing Chen also smiled and walked over. Stop right there. One more step and you will die. Hill's tone was cold. With me here, you can't kill him. Or rather, you can't kill me. Xing Chen's tone turned cold. I control his soul. With just a thought, he will die. Hill's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A mocking smile appeared on Xing Chen's face. You think you can control me? In this world, no one can control my soul, not even a god. As soon as Xing Chen finished speaking, his body suddenly turned into bright starlight. At the same time, the son of Xing Chen in front of him also turned into starlight and scattered. At this moment, the two balls of starlight were close to each other and were merging. Hill's eyes were filled with viciousness. He seemed to have made up his mind. However, he soon realized that he couldn't destroy the soul of Xing Chen's son. Seeing this, Zi Qin, who was puzzled, suddenly understood. This should be the opportunity to become a saint that Xing Chen always talked about. Many years ago, the star ancestor used a secret method to send out a soul in order to give the star race a chance to survive. That soul traveled the star path and was never heard from again. Many years later, Zi Qin entered the star race and inadvertently awakened the star ancestor. Then he used his last trick to create another Xing Qin. That Xing Qin followed Zi Qin. In fact, the two of them were the same person. Only when they merged together could they become the real son of Xing Qin. Buzz! The starlight merged in the sky and turned into Xing Chen's appearance. He released a powerful saint aura. This was the true saint aura. I am the son of Xing Chen. You, a mere saint, don't think you can control me, Xing Chen said coldly as he glanced at the shocked Hill. The other 8 saints were stunned when they saw this scene. They clearly didn't expect such a change to happen to the son of the stars. At this moment, the aura emitted from him made their hearts palpitate. On the city wall, the Moon Clan woman's beautiful face was filled with shock. She first looked at the stars and then looked at Brilliant behind her. Brilliant's equally beautiful face surprised her greatly. Then she looked at Zi Qin, who was standing beside Brilliant. Their fates seemed to be intertwined and inseparable. In a trance, she seemed to understand something. The middle-aged woman turned to the young girl and said, "Ming Yu, do you understand?" The girl named Ming Yu shook her head at first, then nodded slowly. Her expression was complicated. This is fate. You can never predict it. You can never understand it. But it's always like fate. The middle-aged woman smiled kindly and said, "Go, this is your battle. I believe that after this battle, you'll know what it means to be perfect." Ming Yu nodded. With a light tap of her feet, she left the city wall and flew forward. Like a fairy, she flew through the air. Her body was shrouded in hazy moonlight, attracting everyone's attention. If this scene had to be described with words, it would naturally be a fairy flying from the heavens. Looking at the fairy flying over, Zi Chen's expression was a little dazed. It was as if he saw a familiar figure flying towards him. The two figures were both beautiful, but their auras were different. Their temperaments were also different. Zi Chen's dazed expression quickly returned to normal. So it's the moon race. Zi Chen understood everything when he saw the woman who had arrived. His mind was somewhat shocked. During this trip to the Star Road, he had already met 3 of the 4 great royal clans. The moonlight figure that had appeared in his mind gradually disappeared. Ming Yu, who flew over, naturally stood on Zi Chen's side. She stood opposite Daf Hill in front. There was no need to ask or explain. She knew that these people were allies. Xing Chen, Guangyao, Ming Yu, the 3 Zanbu siblings, Huan Kai and Zi Qin. A total of 8 people stood opposite the 9 saints. Although this battle was 8 against 9, Zi Chen's side still had a high chance of winning. P.S. There will be an additional chapter in the morning. Chapter 2192. The change of the situation was somewhat unexpected, and the fusion of Xing Chen's son made everyone stunned. Looking at the situation that had formed, Hill revealed an interesting smile. His eyes had returned to normal. He glanced at the group of people in front of him and saw the angry Zanbu howling. "So it's you." "Of course. Do you think I'm afraid of you and won't come back?" Zanbu howling replied indifferently, gritting her teeth. Hill's eyes paused for a moment on the other people. "I regretted letting you go at first, but after seeing your helpers, I'm glad that I let you go." Hill looked at Brilliant and said, "You should be the forces of Nickel Star Field, right? I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. This is good. It saves me the trouble of going to Nickel Star Field. By the way, the three of you are really born to be servants." The three people mentioned here were Xing Qin, Brilliant, and Mingyue. They were from the three king families, excluding Zi Qin. Zi Qin was also ignored by Hill all this time. "Gung Yuanqi is dead." Zi Qin looked at Daf Hill and suddenly said, "Gung Yuanqi." Hill was stunned when he heard the name. Then he said, "It's that idiot. It's good that he's dead. This young master's matter will naturally be solved by me. He was a spirit devourer who couldn't advance in his life. He wandered around me in search of an opportunity, but he didn't know that in my eyes he was just a clown." Hill's expression was indifferent, and his words were full of disdain. It was obvious that he didn't put Gung Yuanqi in his eyes. However, the latter not only destroyed Gung family, but also dragged Nickel family down with him. If Gung Yuanqi was still alive and heard Daf Hill's words, he would certainly die of anger. He risked his life to get the reputation of a clown. It's not that easy to advance to a harmonious spirit master. That guy actually believed that this idiot could help him. What an idiot. At this moment, Zi Qin also felt sorry for Gung Yuanqin, even though he was the one who ordered the other party to be killed. The other party might have an extraordinary background, but it wasn't that easy to become a harmonious spirit master. Maybe it was just a casual sentence from Hill, but Gung Yuancha took it seriously and put his entire family in danger. The situation was very clear. A battle was unavoidable. On Zi Chen's side, Huan Kai took the initiative to take a few steps forward. Saint Might surged around him as he stared coldly at the group of people in front of him. He did not say anything, but his provocation was obvious. In the next moment, a saint walked out from Hill's side. The other's expression was cold and detached. His aura was much purer and purer than Huan Kai's. "I am Huan Kai." Walking out, Huan Kai said indifferently, "When Wei Du," the saint said in a low voice. Huan Kai nodded and said, "Very good. May I ask what is the relationship between Dei Starfields, When Family, and Sire?" When Wei Du was silent, but his brows were knitted. That was the family he was in, and it was built by him. If Sire continues to step forward and choose to be my enemy, Dei Starfields, When Family, will no longer exist. If Sire is tactful, turn around and leave now. I will guarantee your When Family's prosperity for thousands of years, Huan Kai continued. Hearing this, When Wei Du was obviously stunned. His expression was even more shocked than when he saw Xing Qin fuse. Behind him, the other saints, who were also stunned, quickly burst into laughter. Anyone could see that the guy called Huan Kai in front of them was not a true saint. His battle prowess was limited, but the other party dared to threaten a true saint. Of course, this was not the most ridiculous part. What made them feel ridiculous was that he said such words in front of Daf Hill. In this place, the person who was truly qualified to say those words had yet to open his mouth, yet a nobody had come and shouted at the person who had the strength to do so. It was indeed very laughable. Daf Hill also felt that this sentence was ridiculous, so he laughed coldly. "You're courting death." When Wei Du was enraged. This Huan Kai was obviously making fun of him. With a roar, he rushed towards Huan Kai. Swoosh! Huan Kai retreated, not because he was afraid, but because the battlefield was not here. After retreating a few li, Huan Kai launched a fierce attack, towards Wenwei-do. The boundless saint energy was like a huge wave appearing from behind him. It swept towards Wenwei-do, layer upon layer, bringing with it an angry roar. Facing Huan Kai's attack, Wenwei-do had no choice but to raise his palms and push them forward. Suddenly, a barrier formed completely by saint energy appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Like an angry wave, it rushed up to the middle of a dam. As soon as it came into contact, it exploded with a rumbling sound. This was Huan Kai's full-strength attack. Its power was very strong, and Wenwei-do couldn't help but retreat. Slash! The moment his opponent retreated, Huan Kai's roar rang out. A saint energy light sword appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards Wenwei-do as one with the sword. Pow! The barrier that Wenwei-do put up with his palms shattered. The tip of the sword pierced through the barrier and went straight for Wenwei-do's forehead. Seeing this sharp sword, the latter's expression changed slightly. His body retreated again, and at the same time he flipped his palms and struck out again. The energy saint energy sword in Huan Kai's hand instantly exploded, and the energy contained within was completely dispersed. Huan Kai seemed to have expected this, and in an instant he sped up and punched Wenwei-do's chest. Pow! His chest was hit, and Wenwei-do's body flew out. However, this attack wasn't serious, and he didn't even have the slightest injury. It was like scratching an itch. After Huan Kai's attack succeeded, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he looked at Wenwei-do with disdain, and his face was full of mockery. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Wenwei-do was about to step forward again. Who would have thought that the current Huan Kai would actually clasp his hands towards Zichen and say, "This person is really too much trash. He's not worthy for me to take action. Moreover, this person is already heavily injured, and there's no need to fear him. I'll take my leave now, and we'll meet again someday." Huan Kai's words, which could be said to be nonsense, stunned everyone once again, especially Wenwei-do, who was completely stupefied. "He's too much trash. He's already heavily injured. You're clearly the most trash." That attack seemed to be connected, but you only had the advantage of making the first move. Moreover, the attack power was too weak, like scratching an itch. Not to mention a heavy injury. There wasn't even a light injury. However, the other party's words were very certain. To be able to reach this realm of lying through one's teeth, it could be considered rare in the world. However, in the next instant, when Wenwei-do saw that the other party actually turned around and left. His speed was extremely fast. Not good, this guy wants to run. Wenwei-do instantly became alert. Without saying anything, he shouted and chased after him. Seeing that Wenwei-do was chasing after him, Huan Kai shouted loudly, "Idiot, your enemy isn't me. Trash, like you doesn't deserve to fight with me. Also, be careful of your family. If I let a guy who isn't even a saint like you run away today, then how can I still have the face to live in this world?" Wenwei-do shouted coldly and immediately chased after Huan Kai. He naturally saw that Huan Kai's realm wasn't high, but he was deliberately trying to be mysterious. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly disappeared from sight. Regarding Wenwei-do's departure, Hill didn't have anything to say, and there was nothing to worry about. Then, 3 saints walked out from Hill's side and looked ahead. "I'll do it." Zampu Haolin's gaze was fixed on one of the saints, her eyes filled with coldness. Zampu Haoming and Zampu Haochu walked out. After nodding slightly at Zichen, the 3 of them flew into the distance. The 3 saints beside Daf Hill immediately followed. At this moment, there were 4 people left beside Daf Hill, and 3 by Zichen's side. But these 3 people had extraordinary origins, and they were all outstanding members of the royal family. As the 3 stepped out, Xing Qin said coldly to those people, "Come at me together." Of course, the 5 of them couldn't attack together, but 4 of them walked out. Soon, only Zichen and Hill were left. Hill also looked at Zichen seriously for the first time, and there was a puzzled look on his face. "You're just a heaven realm, Cultivator, what right do you have to stand in front of me? His expression gradually turned cold. Wuji is my teacher. Zi Chen's answer was simple and clear, and it instantly angered Dafil. He nodded at Zi Chen and said ferociously, "Very well, then I'll let you die a little later." On the city wall, when the middle-aged beauty heard Zi Chen's words, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect that this person had such a relationship with Wuji. Zi Chen's saint aura spread out. His realm was between the heaven realm and the saint realm. He had the energy and soul of a heaven realm cultivator, but the body of a saint. So what if you're that person's disciple? I haven't really become a saint yet, and killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The nightmare in the depths of Dafil's heart was completely ignited. His expression became more and more ferocious, and his eyes were slowly turning red, as if he was about to lose his mind. Zi Chen was ready for a big battle. The enemy in front of him was undoubtedly the most troublesome and also the strongest existence he had ever met. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Just as Zi Chen was about to attack, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and Dafil's eyes slowly regained their clarity. The terrifying aura that naturally exuded from his body also disappeared as his eyes regained their clarity. Taking a deep breath, Dafil suppressed the urge to attack and said, "If you want to die, I'll naturally fulfill your wish later. But now I don't want to attack. I want to quietly watch your people all die." Zi Chen asked indifferently, "Why not your people all die in battle?" Dafil smiled and said, "Then let's just watch quietly. Let's see which side will die first. P.S. I wish everyone a happy and healthy New Year." Chapter 2193. After saying that, Dafil once again became calm and composed. He stood there quietly with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was resting. Zi Chen couldn't see through him. After carefully comparing the power of both sides, he was sure that the longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for his side. So he restrained his aura. After that, he released his perfect spiritual sense to check the situation of the battle. Within the range of his spiritual sense, Zi Chen could see everyone's movements. He even saw that when Wei was about to catch up with Huan Kai. During this time, he could sense the spiritual senses of all the saints, but he couldn't sense Dafil's. He looked at Dafil in confusion. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the quality of Dafil's spiritual sense was higher than Zi Chen's perfect spiritual sense, so he couldn't sense the existence of Dafil's spiritual sense. The possibility of this happening wasn't high because perfect spiritual sense was the highest quality spiritual sense in the world. Even if Zi Chen was only in the heaven realm, he could still sense the fluctuations of the saint's spiritual sense. Even if Dafil's spiritual sense was special and Zi Chen couldn't sense it completely, he should be able to sense some fluctuations. But Zi Chen didn't sense any fluctuations. The other possibility was that Dafil didn't release his spiritual sense at all and didn't look at the battle around him. Dafil's eyes were closed, and he looked calm. It seemed that he didn't pay attention to the battle around him. Why isn't he paying attention to the battle? Does he not care about their lives, or has absolute confidence in them? Zi Chen had already determined that it was the latter. He frowned and became more and more confused. These were all his people, so it was only right for him to pay attention to the situation of these people. But he didn't. Dafil didn't even look at them. His eyes were closed as if he was asleep. Zi Chen didn't understand why he did this. He chose to wait and released his spiritual sense to observe the battle around him. The beautiful middle-aged woman standing on the city wall seemed to understand Dafil's intention. Her eyes were filled with shock. Then she looked at Zi Chen with worry. The restrictions were broken, but the saints did not enter the city to kill. Many Yu clan members quietly came to the other side of the city wall and looked around. Outside the city, many saints had already started fighting, and the waves of saint power continued to spread. They were shocked to see so many saints here, but they were also pleasantly surprised. These saints seemed to be on their side. While the shock waves from the battle in the distance attracted the attention of many people, the two people fighting under the city wall naturally attracted the attention of most of the Moon clan members. Among them, there was one that everyone was very familiar with. He was the instigator of this incident. The other party's strength made their hearts tremble. Previously, he had even broken through the restrictions with a single strike. As for the other person, he stood quietly in front of the other person. Judging from his aura, he was only at the heaven realm, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Under the probing of Zi Chen's spiritual sense, Huan Kai had already rushed out of this planet and was still fleeing at full speed. Wen Wei was following, closely behind. Just as the two figures disappeared from his spiritual sense, Zi Chen silently counted one in his heart. Huan Kai's speed was very fast. After rushing out of this planet, he used teleportation and flew towards a nearby planet. Trash, why are you chasing me? I already told you. Your target is someone else. As he rushed forward, Huan Kai did not forget to provoke Wen Wei. The latter did not say a word and only continued to chase, the murderous intent in his eyes growing stronger. Just like this, one chased and one fled. Huan Kai quickly entered the second planet. At the center of this planet, there stood a lonely 3-story hall. Hurry up and open the door. Seeing this hall from afar, Huan Kai shouted loudly, and his speed became even faster. The hall door opened, and Huan Kai turned into a stream of light and rushed in. At the same time, his voice rang out, "Hurry up and shrink and leave this place. Hurry up, hurry up. It's too late." A cold voice rang out from behind Huan Kai. It was Wen Wei Do who had chased after him without hesitation. He didn't believe that someone who wasn't even a saint could do anything to him. Huan Kai, who was previously nervous, turned around and looked at Wen Wei when he heard this. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Wen Wei suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He wanted to turn around and leave this place, but at this moment the hall door closed with a bang, and the entire hall became one. "Open for me." Wen Wei Do roared and mobilized his saint power to attack the walls of the hall. When the attack landed on the walls, it only created ripples of energy. What the hell is this place? Seeing that this attack did not have the slightest effect, Wen Wei was obviously shocked. Then he struck out another powerful attack. But this attack was still the same. After several attacks in a row, he could not shake this hall at all. He cried out in his heart. Oh no, he fell into a trap. The opponents of the Zamba siblings were all from the Dei Galaxy. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they could still call out each other's names after meeting. Last time, one of the three had attacked Zambo Haolin, so this time Zambo Haoming and Zambo Haochu did not hold back. In fact, Zambo Haoming was very glad that his enemy was not from the Daf family, so even if he killed the three in front of him, it would not have much impact on the Zambo family. Go to hell. Zambo Haolin held a Saint Energy lightsaber in her hand and rushed forward. Zambo Haochu held a Saint Energy long sword and followed closely beside her. In fact, this was the awkwardness of a saint without a saint weapon. Ordinary celestial weapons could not withstand too much saint energy, and their power was not as good as condensed saint energy weapons. In a battle between saints, besides heavenly path techniques, saint energy weapons were also key. Zambo Haolin had obviously cultivated sword techniques. Every strike would have a surge of saint energy sword chi, and it was very powerful. Boom! Surging energy surged, and saint energy waves spread in all directions, forming terrifying ripples. In this 3-on-3 battle, the Zambo siblings had an obvious advantage from the beginning of the battle because of their tacit cooperation. If this continued, as long as the three did not make any mistakes, it would not be a big problem to win this battle. The situation on this side was very reassuring. Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts continued to shift and swept toward Xing Chen and the others. This time, the three of them had to fight 4 people, and 2 of them were Daf Hill's personal guards. This battle was what Zi Chen was most worried about. Although the three of them were emitting saint energy, it was obvious that they were not true saints. This time before coming, they had already done their homework on the 6 saints from Day Starfield. So when they arrived at the battlefield, Brilliant took the initiative to choose the 2 saints from Day Starfield. As for the 2 personal guards of Dofhill, they were left to Xing Chun and Mingyu to deal with. Mingyu retreated, and one of the guards followed, his aura surging. "You piece of trash! I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve." The remaining guard sneered at Xing Chen. After the 2 sons of Xing Chen merged, Xing Chen naturally knew the other's name and background. When he was under Dofhill's control, this person had bullied him a lot. "Bren, you must die today," Xing Chen said coldly. "Humph," the saint named Bren snorted and sneered. "You, who can barely be considered a saint. Don't worry, the young master has ordered me not to kill you, because you are a servant, a natural servant." Saint energy surged, and Bren rushed toward Xing Chen, punching out. A dazzling fist light filled the sky. This was his full-strength punch, and it carried a powerful force that directly shattered the space. Xing Chen's aura surged as Star Saint energy enveloped his body, and he countered with a punch. Although his pure saint-level physical body was still unable to unleash 100% of its power, it was much more powerful than before. It was not difficult for him to face a saint head-on. In addition, the energy in Xing Chen's body was also made up of saint energy. Boom! The 2 fists collided and there was a loud explosion. The energy raged, and a large area of the void was shattered. Xing Chen's body shook slightly, and a light shield of Xing Chen appeared around him, neutralizing the raging energy, and at the same time he retreated. Bren, who was in front, was not as calm as Xing Chen when facing this powerful energy. He could only keep retreating. Every step he took, there would be a loud explosion in the void, and the void would explode with each step he took. In their first confrontation, Xing Chen had the upper hand with absolute power, and this surprised Bren. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the sky had become very bright. He looked up instinctively and saw that in the clear sky, there was suddenly a sky full of Xing Chen. These Xing Chen emitted a bright light, and like eyes, they stared at Bren and blinked. Looking at these Xing Chen, Bren did not know why, but a chill suddenly appeared in his heart. At this moment, Xing Chen's body slowly rose into the sky and stood under the sky full of stars. His body emitted bright starlight, and he slowly opened his hands as if he was embracing the sky. Buzz! At this moment, the sky and earth trembled, and the sky full of Xing Chen suddenly dimmed. Bren quickly realized that it was not the stars that dimmed, but some of them suddenly brightened. These bright stars, if connected together, looked like the pattern of a sword. First Heaven's sword, descend. Hugging the stars in the sky with both hands, he let out a cold shout. A celestial sword appeared from the star map, bringing with it an extremely powerful aura as it flew towards Bren below. Looking at this heaven's sword and feeling the terrifying aura it emitted, Bren's expression changed drastically. He shouted loudly, and his hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and his body kept retreating. Then a barrier with many runes surging on the surface of his body appeared in front of him. If one looked carefully, one would find that these runes all had the same word, and that was defend. After the barrier appeared, it expanded and stood in front of Bren like a wall, and many of the defend characters were shining brightly. The heavenly sword landed on the barrier and burst out with a powerful energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was like water ripples that spread out in all directions. Space was also like water ripples that caused ripples to appear. The energy of Xing Chen's heaven sword and the barrier was constantly being depleted, but the former's energy consumption was obviously faster. This powerful sword was blocked by Bren. However, just as a smile appeared on his face, the smile on his face froze when he saw the scene in front of him, and his face was filled with fear. Chapter 2194. After the heavenly sword, the stars in the sky became brighter and formed the pattern of a spear. Then, a spear that emitted the light of Xing Qin descended from the sky and flew towards Bren. Swoosh! After the spear, there was also a Xing Qin heavenly sword and various other weapons. There were more than a dozen weapons, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. Pum! The heavenly sword's energy was exhausted and shattered, turning into the last of its energy and dissipating. The defensive barrier in front of Bren trembled, but it completely blocked the attack. However, there was no joy on his face at this moment. Instead, it was filled with fear. Swoosh! The Xing Qin spear that came after did not give Bren any time to breathe and directly pierced the defensive barrier. Then, other attacks flew down from the front, carrying a terrifying aura as they slashed at the light barrier. The defensive barrier could not withstand the attacks of these energies and exploded. Some of Xing Qin's weapons shattered with the explosion of the defensive barrier, but some of them went straight ahead and penetrated Bren's body. These attacks entered Bren's body and sent him flying for several miles. Several miles away, his body was still standing in midair, but there were several bloody holes on his chest. Sacred blood was gushing out from the holes. There was no color on his face. He looked at Xing Qin with eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, Xing Qin slowly put down his hands. The stars in the sky gradually disappeared. His face was also pale. The energy in his body surged, and then he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had not completely broken through, but he had forced himself to use such a move. For the current him, it was very difficult. It seemed that he had only used one move to defeat Bren, but he had also suffered a considerable backlash. However, all of this was insignificant compared to Bren's shocking wounds. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Bren, who was several miles away, and said indifferently, "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Qin rushed forward like a meteor, carrying a terrifying power. Zi Qin, who had been paying attention to this scene, silently counted to 2. He turned back to look at Dafhil again, but the latter's expression did not change at all. He did not know whether it was because he did not see the scene or because he saw it and did not care. A violent energy shockwave came from afar, and a dazzling light scattered in all directions. It was as if a meteorite had exploded, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. After the light faded, Xing Qin stood in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. His face was deathly pale and bloodless. Below him, Bren had already lost all signs of life. 2 powerful attacks had killed a saint, and this was under the condition that Xing Qin could barely be considered a saint, which showed how strong the other party was. Son of Xing Qin. This wasn't just a title, it was a powerful trait. Swoosh! Xing Qin waved his hand, and a beam of Xing Qin's energy flew down, sweeping up Bren's corpse and the sacred blood around it and returning to Xing Qin's side. Cries of alarm sounded from the top of the city walls. The death of a saint was enough to cause a huge commotion in a star field. On Xing Qin's side, he had killed his opponent, but the battle around him was still ongoing. Turning back indifferently, Xing Qin looked at the dazzling light. After all, the latter was fighting 1 against 2. Dazzling light slash. A cold voice sounded, and a dazzling golden slash flew towards one of the saints. Such an attack caused the saint's expression to change greatly, and he had no choice but to use his strongest defense. The other saint took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack at the dazzling light. With a point of the dazzling light's jade finger, a golden light exploded in front of the opponent, and the saint was sent flying, blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. This kind of attack could only be used to scare saints in the nickel star field, but now the dazzling light was able to injure a saint. On the other side, the powerful slash had already landed, and after a loud bang, the saint's defense was forcibly destroyed. The latter cried out in alarm and flew backwards with a look of horror on his face. As he flew backwards, he kept coughing up blood. Evidently, the dazzling light's attack had seriously injured him. Zi Qin also saw this scene, and a look of deep shock appeared on his face. He did not expect the dazzling light to be so powerful. As expected of the heavenly maiden of glory, he could not help but sigh in admiration. The two injured saints looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. When they turned back again, they saw that Doff-Hill was still indifferent to the battle, and the two of them started to think of retreating. "You can't leave," a cold voice sounded. Xing-Chen had already rushed towards one of the injured saints, and he could see from the other's eyes that he wanted to escape. Seeing Xing-Chen, who had just killed Doff-Hill's guard, the injured saint did not hesitate to turn and run. Buzz! The void trembled, and the stars that had disappeared appeared once again, forming a star atlas in the sky, and attacked the saint. Screams of terror came from the horizon, and one attack after another chased after him. Amidst the continuous tremors, the screams of terror turned into screams of agony. With the last scream, another saint died. Zi-Chun silently counted to 4 in his heart, because dazzling light had already killed her opponent before Xing-Chen did. Xing-Chen and dazzling light, who were completely free, were slightly injured, but it did not stop them from continuing to fight. Both of their gazes fell on the saint's guard, who was fighting with Bright Moon. For of the 8 saints had already died, but Doff-Hill still had no reaction, and did not even frown. This made Zi-Chin even more unable to see through him. He even suspected that this guy in front of him was from the Moon Clan, and that he had intentionally sent these saints to their deaths. He still has a backup plan. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Zi-Chin shook his head. Even if he had a powerful backup plan, he should not have sent all these people to their deaths. After all these people died, Doff-Hill would have to face the joint attack of several experts. Zi-Chin didn't believe that a mere saint would be able to resist the attacks of all of them, unless he was a Saint King. But even so, he still couldn't just watch these people die. After all, these were all saints, and any one of them could have a huge impact on a galaxy. Zi-Chun had never seen or heard of anyone who could ignore a saint like this. He could not figure it out, and could not possibly be a Saint King, so he could only continue to watch. After the 4 saints died, the 3 of them joined forces to attack the last guard, and the situation of the other party was very bleak. The 3 people from Daystar region who were fighting Zanbu and his siblings also had thoughts of retreating when they saw the scene. "Let's go!" Especially when they saw that the guard was about to die, the 3 of them decisively left, and at the same time they cursed that damned Doff-Hill in their hearts. They did not know what he was doing, but he did not care about the deaths of others. In fact, they did not come here just to curry favor with Doff-Hill, because they knew very well that Doff-Hill could not make them Saint Kings. They came here because they were invited by Doff-Hill, and if they did not come, they would be defying the Doff family. They did not dare to provoke the Doff family, so they could only come, even if they did not want to. Don't let him escape. Zanbu Haolin's cold eyes stared at one of the saints. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in Zanbu Haolin's eyes, and the energy in his body burned like flames, and then he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward at an even faster speed. After burning the saint power, it would take a long time to recuperate. Seeing Zanbu Haolin burning the saint power, Zanbu Haolin could not help but feel touched. "Stop!" Almost in an instant, Zanbu Haolin arrived in front of the other saint and blocked him with a powerful blow. When the other 2 saw this, Fifin did not come forward to help, and instead ran even faster. Whoosh! Zanbu Haolin and Zanbu Haoming caught up, and the 3 saints stared coldly at the person in the middle. The saint looked at Zanbu Haoming and said helplessly, "Brother Haoming, can you let me go? From now on, I will rely on the Zanbu family and will be at your disposal." Zanbu Haoming shook his head and said no. The saint smiled bitterly, but the outcome was already decided. At this moment, in the distance where Xing-Chen and the other 2 were fighting, an angry roar sounded, and then after the angry roar, there was another scream. Doff-Hill's last guard also died under the siege of the 3. Of the 8 saints, 6 died and 2 escaped. Huan Kai carried the treasure pavilion that had become the size of his palm and returned to the planet. After seeing the end of the battle, he was obviously stunned. He thought that with Zhong Dian's help he would be the fastest, but he did not expect that he was the slowest. A group of people gathered and walked toward Ziqin. Obviously, they were going to besiege Daf Hill. However, they were also confused and did not know what that guy was doing. Daf Hill's eyes, which had been closed, opened at this moment, and a hint of excitement and coldness flashed in his eyes. He looked at Ziqin and said, "The battle is over. Congratulations on becoming the biggest winner." Ziqin could not understand the other party's expression. At this moment, Ziqin heard a sound transmission from the city wall, and his expression changed obviously. Only then did he understand the other party's true intention. He stretched out his hand and pushed behind him, saying, "Don't come near here." Daf Hill smiled and said, "Why don't you let them come close? Do you think you can deal with me with just trash like you?" After saying that, Daf Hill's expression became cold, and his figure flashed towards Ziqin. With an unimaginable speed, he arrived in front of Ziqin and kicked Ziqin away. Chapter 2195. Daf Hill's sudden attack was out of everyone's expectations. Daf Hill had been reluctant to make a move earlier, but now he was impatient to make the first move. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes before Ziqin was sent flying. Daf Hill was standing where Ziqin was just a moment ago with a smile on his face, but his expression was indescribably cold. "If I didn't let them come over, a piece of trash like you wouldn't be my match." Looking at Ziqin, who was sent flying, Daf Hill laughed mockingly. Everyone looked at Ziqin worriedly. Daf Hill's speed had shocked them. Dusting off the dust on his robe, Ziqin looked up at Daf Hill and said indifferently, "Your speed is not bad, but your strength is a bit lacking. I alone am enough to deal with you." Shameless boasting. Daf Hill's eyes turned cold, and he once again charged at Ziqin. With the same speed, he was already in front of Ziqin. Pum! With a loud explosion, the void immediately shattered, and Ziqin's figure was sent flying. Seeing Ziqin flying, Daf Hill's expression changed slightly. Almost 90% of his power had been neutralized. Daf Hill's eyes turned cold as he continued to charge forward. Daf Hill was like a ray of light, constantly teleporting, flashing, and launching powerful attacks. Ziqin's body was sent flying again and again, and under Daf Hill's attacks, the space around him was constantly shattering, and cracks were spreading out. On the city wall, the people from the Moon Clan were also stunned. They originally thought that since this person dared to stand in front of Daf Hill, he should have some powerful means. They didn't expect that the battle would be one-sided in just one exchange. However, everyone could understand. After all, Daf Hill was only in the Heaven Realm. What they didn't understand was why the other saints didn't help. Even the Moon Fairy was watching from the side. Her eyes filled with worry, but she didn't do anything. In the continuous exchange, the frequency of space shattering became faster and faster, and Daf Hill's speed also became faster and faster. Ziqin's flying speed also seemed to have increased a lot, and he was vaguely catching up with Daf Hill's speed. How can this be? Looking at the battlefield, everyone was puzzled. It seemed that the two-'s speed was now equal. Ziqin, who was constantly flying back, didn't seem to be just flying, but more like he was dodging a powerful attack. A Heaven Realm's speed was comparable to a saint's. At this moment, they saw that Daf Hill's speeds and Ziqin's. Daf Hill's, of course, of Daf Hill's, Duff's back. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Ziqin said, "Your speed is not bad. If this is your maximum speed, then you won't even be able to get past me. I'm afraid your thoughts of killing all of us to get rid of your inner demons will be shattered." Hearing Ziqin's words, Daf Hill's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he was about to say, "You think you have what it takes." But in the next moment, his expression changed. Ziqin's body suddenly flashed with a bright silver light. This silver light was completely formed by the power of thunder, and it formed a pair of wings that emitted the light of thunder. growing out from his back. There were 6 wings, and as soon as they appeared, an oppressive aura spread out. That's the Thunder Clan's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Thunder Wings. Seeing the Heavenly Thunder Wings on Zi Chen's back, Ming Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect to see the legendary speed treasure of the Thunder King clan today. On the city wall, many of the Yu clan's cultivators exclaimed. As members of the royal clan, they naturally knew a little about the Thunder Clan. Now that they recognized Zi Chen's Heavenly Thunder Wings, they naturally guessed Zi Chen's identity. As members of the royal clan, they looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of kindness. Thunder King clan, huh? I'll take your treasure and leave it in my clan. Duff Hill smiled coldly at Zi Chen and rushed forward again. Buzz! Zi Chen's Heavenly Thunder Wings on his back flapped, and he actually took the lead to charge at Duff Hill. The two turned into 2 streaks of light, meeting in midair and fiercely colliding. Billowing energy surged, and the two separated. Duff Hill said coldly, "Your speed is only SO. Is that so?" Zi Chen smiled coldly, and his Heavenly Thunder Wings flapped again, and he rushed forward again. Looking at Zi Chen rushing forward, Duff Hill snorted coldly, and as he rushed forward, he kicked Zi Chen's chest. The holy light surged. If this attack landed, even with Zi Chen's strong physical body, he would still have a few broken ribs. Duff Hill smiled coldly, as if he could already see Zi Chen being kicked by him. Zi Chen, who was rushing forward, arrived in front of Duff Hill. In the eyes of the crowd, Zi Chen seemed to be taking the initiative to send himself to Duff Hill, and this kick was unavoidable. However, at this moment, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from Zi Chen's body. This power spread out and enveloped the surrounding space. Within the range of this space, the essence of space began to change. In the eyes of the crowd, for some unknown reason, Duff Hill's attack speed suddenly decreased, and Zi Chen's speed suddenly increased. Under this situation, Zi Chen easily dodged Duff Hill's attack, and at the same time he turned around and kicked Duff Hill's chest. This kick landed firmly, and it was full of strength. The strange feeling from before disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The surrounding space began to shatter, and Duff Hill, who took this kick, was uncontrollably sent flying backwards. Such a strange and unforeseen event also caused numerous exclamations to erupt. Most of them knew about the Heavenly Thunder Wings and the Lightning Clan's extreme speed, but very few knew that extreme speed could even change space. Ming Yu knew, and the surprise in her eyes grew stronger. The middle-aged woman nodded, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. While the crowd was still in a daze, this was not the end. Zi Chen flapped the Heavenly Thunder Wings and rushed forward, like a beam of light, catching up with the flying Duff Hill at a straight speed. The latter's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he forcibly stabilized his body, turned half a circle in the air, and punched at Zi Chen's face. Zi Chen's body rushed forward, as if he was taking the initiative to be hit, but at the last moment, that strange energy that could change space appeared again, and then enveloped a part of the space. This is... Duff Hill's pupil shrank, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He finally understood the reason for the strange change just now. But understanding it did not mean that he could resolve it, or rather, his speed had slowed down, and he could not resolve the attack in time. Zi Chen leaned his body one more time, dodging the punch. Then, he flew up and kicked Duff Hill's chest. A fierce energy exploded on the other's chest, and the powerful energy waves destroyed the surrounding space. The saint power moving around Duff Hill's body changed constantly, and his body flew backward one more time. After stabilizing his body, Zi Chen continued to dash forward, chasing after Duff Hill. Just like before, even though Duff Hill was prepared and could see what was going on, he couldn't dodge or resolve the situation. The Lightning Clan's extreme speed was known as the world's fastest speed. The world here didn't only refer to life stars, but it also included all alien races. In this world, the Lightning Clan's extreme speed was undeniably the best. No matter how extraordinary Duff Hill was, even if his family had a close relationship with the God Clan, in front of the Lightning Clan's extreme speed, he still had to lower his head. Thus, the crowd saw a scene that shocked them to the core. On the battlefield, Zi-Chen and Duff Hill's speed seemed to have been slowed down countless times, and they could clearly see some of the changes in the details. In their eyes, this change was full of flaws. Not to mention a saint, even a Heaven Realm expert, could easily dodge it. However, Duff Hill couldn't dodge. Each of Zi-Chen's attacks landed squarely on him, and he had to endure Zi-Chen's most powerful attack with his own body. Bang! Between the energy vibrations, Duff Hill continued to fly backwards. The holy power defense around him finally weakened under Zi-Chen's repeated attacks, and finally disappeared completely. Crack! Then, Zi-Chen's foot landed on Duff Hill's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking arose. Duff Hill was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. The thunder wings on his back continued to flap. Zi-Chen continued to dash forward, attacking Duff Hill with the same attacks. This made Duff Hill feel helpless. In front of extreme speed, such a powerful existence was actually suppressed like this. The surrounding people were speechless when they saw this, and shock was written all over their faces. Among them, Zambu Houch's expression was the most exaggerated. He had personally experienced Zi-Chen's powerful physical body. He didn't expect to see Zi-Chen's extreme speed again today. His speed was much faster than his. He believed that in a battle between the two of them, he would be worse off than Duff Hill. This was the result of Zi-Chen's closed-door cultivation for more than a year. As his physical body grew stronger, the amount of Saint energy he could gather increased as well. This amount of Saint energy was gradually enough for him to carry out various forms of depletion in a battle. Although he was fighting very well now, if it was more than a year ago, his Saint power would have been exhausted. Even so, the Saint power in Zi-Chen's body was being consumed at an unimaginable speed. However, the effect was still very amazing. Just when everyone thought that Duff Hill would be completely defeated by Zi-Chen's relentless attacks, a strong light suddenly erupted from Duff Hill's body. Although this strong light still couldn't stop Zi-Chen's attack, it allowed him to cross his hands in front of him before Zi-Chen's attack arrived. Thus, when Zi-Chen's attack landed, Duff Hill used the force to retreat. As his body retreated, he still maintained his balance. This was the first time he stabilized his body after Zi-Chen displayed extreme speed. Chapter 2196. Only after retreating a full kilometer did he finally stop. His expression was full of vigilance, and the coldness and killing intent in his eyes had long disappeared. Instead, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. His opponent's speed was the strangest he had ever seen. It was not that fast, as the difference between the two was not that big, but the mysterious energy that could cause a special change in space was the most powerful part. He stabilized his body, but his expression was very awkward. The front part of his robe was stained with blood, and there were also traces of blood on the corner of his mouth and chin. But he did not have time to wipe it off, or rather, he did not dare to wipe it off. Facing Zi-Chen's strange speed, he could not let his guard down even a little. But unexpectedly, Zi-Chen did not chase after him. Instead, he stood in the distance and looked at the awkward Duff Hill silently. He knew from the middle-aged woman that Duff Hill wanted to use them to kill his inner demon. So he could only fight alone, and he could only win, not lose. "Who are you?" Seeing that Zi-Chen did not chase after him, Duff Hill gradually relaxed and asked in a low voice. His expression became serious, and it was obvious that he had already regarded Zi-Chen as an opponent of the same level. Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen said indifferently. Of course, he could tell that Duff Hill was not asking about his origin, but just his name. "Very good. I will remember you, as expected of that person's disciple. All these years, among those of the same level, no one could be faster than me, and you are the first one." Doff Hill said coldly, "But speed is not the key to victory. Now, let me see what else you have up your sleeve." Hearing this, some people in the distance wanted to scold Doff Hill for being shameless. Doff Hill obviously could not avoid this kind of speed and did not dare to fight back, but he said that speed was not the key. If this was not the key, then what was? Chen understood what Doff Hill meant, and he was also very clear about his current situation. If there was a big gap between two people, such as one in the heaven realm and the other in the supreme realm, then speed would be the absolute advantage. However, the difference in their realms wasn't that great. In fact, Chen was the one with the lower realm. Chen managed to gain the upper hand in the surprise attack. But when it came to the real battle, the mysterious energy couldn't reach Doff Hill, who was on guard. Light flickered on the other party's body as a dense life force surged out from the surface of his body. The injuries he had suffered earlier were rapidly recovering. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura surged out from his body. After this aura appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. Doff Hill's solemn expression once again became cold and stern. He had been careless just now and caught Chen off guard, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Now that he was facing his opponent, the previous situation would naturally not happen again. Swoosh! Chen continued to use his extreme speed and arrived in front of Doff Hill in an instant. The mysterious energy began to spread out, controlling the space around him. Boom! Doff Hill's aura was extremely powerful. He punched out, and the space around him began to distort violently. This powerful force directly affected the invasion of Chen's mysterious energy. Chen's figure rapidly shifted between two positions, and he began to retreat. The attack didn't hit him, and he didn't cause any damage to Doff Hill either. The punch missed its target and exploded in the void. More than half of the sky shattered, and cracks spread out continuously. "I told you, extreme speed isn't the key to victory," Doff Hill said in a deep voice. Chen, who was retreating, began to shine with a dazzling golden light. He expressionlessly put his hands in front of his chest and began to form a seal. A scorching and violent energy, aura, surged out from his body, turning into a pure thunderbolt energy that gathered in front of him. Feeling the change in Chen's aura, the nightmare in the depths of Doff Hill's heart was completely stimulated. He seemed to have returned to that battle in the past. He saw that majestic figure, and he saw the sky in his heart collapse on that day. His body was trembling, not because of fear, but because of excitement. It was because he was stimulated by something in his memory. His eyes were slowly turning red, as if they were filled with blood. The corners of his mouth parted, revealing a smile. That smile was ferocious and terrifying. The terrifying aura around him became even more terrifying at this moment. Under this terrifying aura, all the cultivators who looked at Doff Hill felt a chill in their hearts. In their eyes, this fellow had already become a crazy and ferocious, peerless, ferocious beast. That's it, haha, that's the feeling. Doff Hill, whose eyes had turned completely red, looked up to the sky and laughed. This laughter was filled with madness, but it also carried a certain sadness, giving people an indescribably strange feeling. Then everyone discovered that Doff Hill was actually crying while laughing. What he was crying were actually tears of blood. Those tears of blood seemed to contain some kind of powerful force as they slid down his cheeks and fell to the ground. A large area on the ground was silently turned into fine powder. Seeing this scene, a deep chill appeared in the hearts of everyone. If such a crazy guy couldn't be completely killed, then it would be a disaster for this world. Extreme Yang, Chen was expressionless. The seal in his hand had reached the end. With a low shout, the Extreme Yang seal, which was emitting a blazing and violent lightning, shot towards Doff Hill in front of him. This seal's attack speed was very fast, and it contained an extremely powerful energy. Pow! Seeing this, Doff Hill raised his hand and slapped down. Chen's heavenly path attack was directly smashed apart by this slap, allowing the violent energy to wreak havoc around him. He stood there motionless like a demon god. "This is your attack. It's the same as that person's, but it's too weak, too weak." Daf Hill shook his head, and his voice became colder. Extreme yin, extreme yang. No one knew when, but there was a clone beside Zichin. The real body and the clone formed seals at the same time, and the two heavenly path techniques appeared almost at the same time. Then they pulled each other and rushed towards Daf Hill. This kind of attack is more interesting, but it's still too weak. Daf Hill was still standing in the sky. His blood-red eyes stared at these two attacks, and he was verifying it with a certain attack in the depths of his memory. Apart from the power, the two attacks were almost identical. But such a weak attack, even if it was destroyed, it didn't give Daf Hill any sense of accomplishment. Boom! He slowly raised both of his palms. Saint power surged in his palms, and he was ready to destroy these two attacks with two slaps. But who knew that these two attacks would explode before he could? The two yin and yang energies exploded, and the energy produced was terrifying. The surrounding space was completely shattered and turned into a huge black hole. A bright light flashed in Dufshir's crimson eyes. He seemed to have sensed a familiar energy from this attack. Facing the impact of this energy, his body involuntarily retreated as the saint energy in his body continued to neutralize this destructive energy. In the eyes of the crowd, such an attack was already a threat to Daf Hill. So when they saw that there were 4 Zichens on the field, they couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a little too strong." Even the 3 from the Zambo clan were visibly moved at this moment. Daf Hill's crazy performance made their hearts palpitate. On the other hand, Zichen's expression was still calm. He just continued to form seals. If 1 didn't work, then 2. If 2 didn't work, then 4. Moreover, the 4 of them were in groups of 2, containing 2 completely opposite types of extreme energy. When he saw this scene, the calm Zichen gave off an increasingly mysterious feeling. The energy in the sky dissipated. Daf Hill looked a little embarrassed, but it was only a little. It was not even comparable to the embarrassment that Zichen's extreme speed made him look. However, as soon as he blocked this attack, he saw 4 more attacks flying towards him. Although there were 2 more attacks than before, it was definitely not the same as 2 + 2 = 4 times the attack. The power of these attacks would only be stronger. In addition, Daf Hill also felt a surge of saint power from these attacks. His red eyes looked past these 4 attacks and looked at Zichen. He saw a cold smile in Zichen's eyes. This kind of attack couldn't even kill the heavily injured Luo Fei, let alone the powerful Daf Hill. So in these 4 attacks, Zichen infused 4 waves of saint power from his physical body. This way, when these 4 waves of energy exploded, the 4 waves of saint power would also show great power. Boom! Under the control of Zichen's spiritual thoughts, the 4 waves of energy exploded in an instant and turned into an even more powerful destructive storm. In the storm, not only was it filled with the heaven-defying lightning energy of yin and yang, but it also had the support of saint power. All kinds of energy mixed together and caused a full-scale explosion, and the power was even more powerful. This storm instantly engulfed Dufshir, and then a loud roar came from it. A powerful saint aura surged out, and then it kept exploding, colliding with Zichen's attack. In this collision of energy, a black hole appeared in the sky. Then, the violent energy was swallowed by the turbulence in the black hole. Everyone stared at the battlefield, looking very nervous. They were all wondering if such a powerful attack could kill Daf Hill. The answer was no. There was no possibility at all. Soon, saint power waves raged out and Daf Hill rushed out. In the face of such a powerful attack, he did not seem to be injured, but blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again. "Interesting. I can kill you now," Daf Hill said coldly. He put his hands together and then raised them high. The energy between heaven and earth began to surge wildly. Obviously, he was going to use a powerful attack. Zichen was still silent, but in the face of Daf Hill's attack, he undoubtedly responded. In his hands, there were 2 more light balls. Chapter 2197. My left hand is Yang. My right hand is Yin. Zichen's face was expressionless. He silently said in his heart. He stretched out his left and right hand. 2 light balls appeared. The light ball in his left hand. It was emitting a hot and violent aura. There were golden lightning snakes swimming around it. The light ball in his right hand. It was emitting a cold and violent aura. There were silver lightning snakes swimming around it. These 2 auras, they were completely opposite. However, it appeared on one person. This made everyone very shocked. And at this time, Zichen, he also completely changed. His left body, it turned golden. Even his black and bright eyes, they were also emitting a cold golden light. His right body, it was filled with silver light. One of his eyes was gold and the other was silver. Cold and ruthless. What is this? Seeing this scene, the cultivators of the Yu clan on the city wall, they all exclaimed. They were also puzzled. They were also shocked. And the 3 Zanbu siblings, they also did not expect. Zichen was not only a harmonious spirit master, he was actually in existence with 2 opposite attributes. At this time, Zichen, he also gave people a very dangerous feeling. It's yin and yang. The yin and yang energies are born from the same body. I really did not expect. Wuji's extremely absurd theory in the past. It was actually verified. In the eyes of the middle-aged, beautiful woman, she was also filled with shock. She knew how difficult it was to achieve this step. In the past, in order to verify this theory, she did not know how many geniuses she found. But these geniuses all died in the mortal realm. At that time, everyone advised Wuji, this kind of situation did not exist in this world, unless there were 2 bodies. He wanted to use one body to possess 2 types of energy. This was completely impossible. Under the persuasion of many influential existences, after many failures, Wuji had no choice but to give up on this idea. He no longer allowed his disciples to test this theory with their lives. However, he didn't expect that. She actually got it from Zichen today. He saw the combination of yin and yang energy just by seeing this situation. The middle-aged woman came to a conclusion. Zichen's potential would be greater than Wuji's in the past. At the same level, his battle prowess would also far surpass limitless back then. Compatibility of yin and yang. Zichen took a step forward. His left hand and right hand slowly came together. 2 types of extreme energy. There was some kind of vibration. Even this move, Zichen had already used it twice. During this period of time, he had also experimented quite a few times. But at this moment, the repulsive force that was coming from him, it was still very clear. A wave was formed. It was still extremely destructive. Is this a fusion? Could it be? He confused 2 types of energy. At this moment, the middle-aged woman's expression changed again. The shock in her eyes became more and more intense. If Zichen could really do this, then she believed that he could kill Dafil. It was really a very easy thing to do. At the same time, she was also looking forward to it. After yin and yang fused, what kind of power would be produced? Unfortunately, she was full of expectations. She didn't see the scene of yin and yang fusing. She only saw yin and yang fusing, just a difference of one word. But there was a difference of heaven and earth. But the 2 types of energy fused. The power that was formed was still terrifying. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Zichen's yin and yang energy, they fused with each other. Then something began to change. In the end, it turned into a 2-colored thunder lotus. There was 2-colored thunder swimming on the surface of his body, the energy between heaven and earth. It was being crazily sucked away by Dafil. Above his hands, a blood-colored long sword was appearing. Just at the moment when the blood sword was formed, the whole world turned blood-red, as if it had been dyed with blood. For such a blow, the people of the Moon Clan were very clear. The Moon Clan's restriction. It was cut open by such a sword. between heaven and earth. It turned blood red. The light on Dofhill's body, it also turned blood red. The blood red light in his eyes became more and more intense. The killing intent also became more and more intense. This blow, it was even more powerful than when he broke the restriction. That killing intent seemed to bring people to hell. There were corpses everywhere, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Dofhill's blood sword, it changed the aura of heaven and earth. It became the only thing between heaven and earth, with the intent to kill. At this moment, the yin-yang thunder lotus was completely formed. An aura soared into the sky from the thunder lotus. Half of the sky was blood red. It was dyed gold and silver. The entire sky, it was completely separated by the aura of the two people. They occupied half of each other. They didn't give in. Above the blood sword, the blood clouds in the sky were spinning. It formed a huge blood vortex. In that vortex, there were streaks of blood-colored thunder and lightning falling. And above the yin-yang thunder lotus, the space was also distorted. There were two-colored thunder and lightning falling from it. These two auras, each of them was very powerful. Each of them had an extraordinary origin. Usually there would be one. It could be said to be the end of the world. But now there were two auras, the saints who were watching the battle from afar. Their expressions became solemn. His figure subconsciously retreated backward. Such an attack, even they felt that it was very tricky. Buzz. The restriction that had just been broken. It also reappeared in the sky above the city. Flames lingered above. It enveloped the entire city. This flame light shield, it had undoubtedly become the third color in this world. But because it wasn't aggressive, so it was directly ignored. Far away, Zi-Chun and Dofhill looked at each other. They both saw coldness and confidence in each other's eyes. So, the two of them attacked at the same time. The yin-yang thunder lotus spun and flew forward. Wherever it passed, the space shook. It kept twisting, like water ripples. The blood-colored long sword. It slashed down. It turned into a huge blood-colored waterfall, with the intent to kill. When the two attacks were still some distance away, the fluctuations that formed had already begun to clash. The surrounding space distorted more and more violently. In the end, it completely exploded. Two major attacks. They appeared in the black hole. They were still approaching. Swoosh! The blood sword slashed at the thunder lotus. It slashed on the thunder lotus, but there was no loud explosion. It only trembled a little. The energy of the two attacks. They were all in a restrained state. They hadn't completely erupted. Instead, the ripples formed by the tremors. It caused a large area of the sky to shatter. The entire world. It completely turned into a black hole. This was just the aftermath of the energy. The two attacks were restrained. They both wanted to destroy each other. At this moment, it wasn't just a competition of energy. It was a competition of mind power and willpower. Although Zi-Chen's realm was lower, but the quality of the perfect spiritual sense. It didn't lose to the other party at all. The people in the distance looked at each other from afar. After seeing this scene, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. They could only retreat again. The people of the Moon Clan who were watching this battle through the light shield. They also sensed the threat. They all jumped down from the city wall. Only the middle-aged, beautiful woman was still standing there. She looked up at the two people who were still fighting in the sky. There was a faint expectation in her eyes. Boom! The two people's control of energy. They finally reached their limit. The blood sword and the thunder lotus exploded almost at the same time. An earth-shattering explosion came from the sky. The energy exploded. The destructive energy began to scatter in all directions. Wherever this energy passed, the sky shattered. It turned into a black hole. It swept across the ground. The earth disappeared. It turned into a black hole. It swept across the sky. The towering mountain disappeared. The dense forest disappeared, leaving behind a black hole. Everything about this, They all disappeared wherever the energy passed. Only a black hole was left. In that black hole, only the space turbulence was raging. At the same time, just as the two attacks were spreading out, Ziqin and Dofhil were also the first to bear the brunt. They couldn't dodge in time. They were swept by this destructive energy. After this energy spread, the two disappeared. There was only a black hole in the original place. At this moment, this violent energy was completely out of control. It was filled with extremely powerful destructive energy. They had no consciousness. They wouldn't recognize Ziqin. They wouldn't recognize Dofhil. Wherever it passed, it was destroyed, including the two of them, those saints who had already retreated far away. They were also affected. Other than the black hole, there was nothing left. The black hole. It became the only thing in this world. At this moment, suddenly there was a flame. It appeared from this black hole. That flame was a light shield. It enveloped a city. It was like a boulder. It stood in the expanding black hole. It didn't move. The energy of destruction. It destroyed everything around it. This light shield that protected the city. But it still existed. There were no signs of it collapsing. This energy continued to spread. And as it spread, its power continued to weaken. After it had completely spread to this planet, that energy also dissipated. A black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Under the shroud of the rules of heaven and earth, it began to repair again. The black hole was repaired. A brand new space appeared. But the mountains, forests, clouds, and earth from before all disappeared. The figures of the three Zanbu siblings appeared. The three of them worked together to support a light shield. They looked a little embarrassed. Huan Kai's figure also appeared. He appeared at a place even further away. He walked out of the treasure pavilion. If it wasn't for the treasure pavilion, the aftermath of the energy, just now, it would directly destroy him. Xing Chen, brilliant and bright moon appeared. There was blood at the corner of Xing Chen's mouth. Brilliant and bright moon stood behind him. Fortunately, everyone was still alive. It was just that they were a little embarrassed. After they appeared, their gazes all looked forward. That was the core of the battlefield. But at this moment, it had formed a huge sinkhole. The entire earth seemed to have been cut off by hundreds of layers. The original city, it was built on flat ground. But looking at the city now, it seemed to be built on the clouds, the ground of the entire world. Except for the area covered by this city, the rest of the place had sunk down thousands of meters. Some places, one could still see a patch of red. That was the magma from the underground, the destructive effect of the aftermath of this energy. It was very shocking, but everyone was more concerned about. It was still at the center of the battlefield. The life and death situation of the two. A violent cough sounded. Dofhil appeared from the sky. He was constantly coughing up blood. His body was covered with wounds. Above those wounds, there was also yin and yang lightning and blood energy entangling. Through the wounds all over the other party's body, one could vaguely see inside the other party's body. There seemed to be an object all over the body emitting energy light. That thing looked. It seemed to be a strange, glowing tree. After appearing, he didn't stabilize his body. He fell to the ground head first. Dofhil appeared, although he was in a sorry state, and he seemed to be seriously injured. But he was still alive after all. Chapter 2198. Everyone looked around, their faces full of worry. They were worried about Ziqin. A few thousand meters away, the restored space slightly distorted, and Ziqin's figure appeared from it. His body was also covered with wounds. In some places, the wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, they were merely wounds. There was no remnant energy wreaking havoc in those wounds. After he appeared, he only coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, which was undoubtedly much better compared to Dofhil, who was constantly coughing out blood. If Ziqin didn't hide in the universe origin cauldron at the critical moment, even if he was still alive, his condition would be a few times worse than Dofhil's. Perhaps he would be on the verge of death. There was an obvious gap between the two of them in terms of cultivation realm, and the gap in energy defense was not small either. Seeing Zichen appear in good condition, Zambu Hauchu cheered loudly. Zichen was a harmonious spirit master, and his combat strength was so strong. Today, Zambu Hauchu admired Zichen even more. He was glad that his elder brother had come early, or else he would have lost his life fighting against such a powerful Zichen. Zambu Haoming was also glad that when he knew that Zichen had come, he didn't purposely pick on him based on the family's principle of not provoking trouble. Otherwise, the destroyed Nickel Star field would be their example. On the city wall, the defensive light shield blocked all of this. Many Yu clan cultivators reappeared, looking at the city that had suddenly become grand. They were shocked speechless. A Heaven Realm expert can fight Doph Hill, a Saint Realm expert. He is indeed the strongest existence from the Life Star. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of gratification and expectation. The battle wasn't over yet, and Doph Hill was still alive. Doph Hill came from the Doph family, a place with a lot of resources and more or less had powerful life-saving means. The crowd didn't believe that Doph Hill would surrender so quickly and be killed so easily. They believed that the next battle would be very exciting. But Zichen didn't think so. He had already used all of his strongest moves. Although he didn't use Sword Draw, its power seemed to be on par with Yin Yang Lightning Lotus. If Doph Hill had a stronger attack than the Blood Sword, then he wouldn't be able to block it. However, the other party was heavily injured. Even if he had a powerful attack, he might not be able to display its full power. After carefully comparing the two parties' conditions, Zichen regained his confidence. With a flip of his hand, a sheathed saber appeared in his hand. Seeing the sheathed saber, the middle-aged woman's eyes once again revealed a hint of surprise. She had already forgotten how many surprises Zichen had brought her today. In short, this little guy really had too many secrets. So many that even an ancestor-level existence like her was constantly moved. It was at this time that Dofasir was almost done coughing up blood. His body shot up into the sky, but he was still wobbling, obviously not in his best condition. Seeing the other party in such a state, Zichen felt even more relieved. If the other party was seriously injured, it would be easy to deal with him. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dofasir was no longer a threat to them. The other party shot up into the sky and stood opposite of Zichen. It took him 3 breaths to stabilize his body. There was still residual energy, fluctuations on the other party's wound. Through the wound, Zichen could see that there were lines of light in the other party's body. His pupils shrank slightly, recalling what Zambu Haolin said to him. If he guessed correctly, it should be the other party's void monarch tree. So he didn't have to worry about energy consumption. But at this moment, even with that kind of supreme treasure, it couldn't heal the other party's injuries. Not to mention Dofasir. Even Zichen's injuries, which didn't seem to be serious, had already damaged his foundation. It would take a long time for him to recover. This kind of injury was like Luo Fei's in the past. After being injured by Gunglan, it would take hundreds of years for him to recover. What? You want the supreme treasure on me? After stabilizing his body, Dofasir took 2 breaths to adjust his aura, then said to Zichen. Zichen nodded honestly and said, I do want to. Dofasir heard this and laughed loudly, then coughed violently. After a while he said, You're very honest, but I don't want to lie to you. I want your life very much, and that includes the lives of everyone here, except for the 3 natural servants that I reserved. With your current strength. Zichen frowned slightly. From the other party's words, he didn't hear madness, but absolute confidence. He couldn't figure out where the other party's confidence came from. It was obvious that the other party was seriously injured. Even if he had forbidden weapons or saint weapons, he couldn't escape the fate of death. Unless the other party had someone comparable to a saint king behind him. Otherwise, he still couldn't turn the situation around. But obviously that wasn't possible. There were no saint kings here, And even if they came from the Dofasir family now, it would be too late. Currently, there was no teleportation formation on this star path that could directly cross star fields. Dofasir didn't know what Zi-Chin was thinking. He looked at Zi-Chin and said, I still have a few powerful methods that I haven't used yet, but it seems like you have some backup plans as well. These methods may be powerful, but they won't be able to determine the outcome of this battle. Now, let's use some real methods to determine the outcome of this battle. Zi-Chin looked at Dofasir with a puzzled expression as he saw Dofasir's left hand chopping off his right arm. Poof! A ray of light fell, and Dofasir's right arm was chopped off. Self-mutilation. This scene caused everyone to be incomparably astonished. The cultivators who had returned to the city walls to watch the battle were even more speechless when they saw this scene. Why didn't you fight a proper battle? Why did you have to hurt yourself? Did you really think that Zi-Chan wouldn't have the heart to kill you after seeing your self-mutilation? Did you really think that he would let you go and recover before attacking this place? A saint cutting off his right arm in a battle of life and death obviously wouldn't do it just to gain sympathy. At the very least, Zi-Chin didn't have such a silly idea. His expression became very nervous, and his right hand subconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword, preparing to use the sword-drawing technique. He thought that his reaction speed was fast enough, and he was ready to kill after noticing the abnormality. But all of this was too slow in Dofasir's eyes. He looked at Zi-Chin and sneered. Too late. Indeed, it was too late. The moment the severed right arm left Dofasir's body, it exploded. Then, Zi-Chin felt a sharp pain in his chest. His right hand that was holding the scabbard loosened subconsciously, and then he clutched his chest, almost falling down. Just a moment ago, it was as if a long sword had pierced his heart and then ruthlessly rotated twice. Dofasir saw Zi-Chin's change and was a little stunned. But after using his strongest method, he believed that everything was over, so he didn't care about Zi-Chin's abnormality at the moment. Now, all eyes fell on Dofasir's exploded right arm. As the right arm exploded, a destructive aura that was more than 10 times more terrifying than the previous energy explosion was released from it. It was as if a peerless evil that had been sealed for millions of years was suddenly released. At the place where the right arm exploded, the space distorted, forming a vortex, and a fist appeared from the vortex. The fist, emitting a golden light, appeared from the vortex. However, as soon as it appeared, the light was like a materialized sharp sword, piercing through the sky that had just healed under the laws of heaven and earth. Just the light it emitted was already so powerful. There was no need to think about how terrifying that fist was. After the fist appeared, there seemed to be a faint roar ringing out from it. The roar was like the sound of the world, reverberating in their sea of consciousness, causing the words vast and insignificant to appear in everyone's minds. The fist was like a vast giant standing between heaven and earth, while they were like tiny ants crawling on the ground. The restriction that had not been shaken by the energy shockwave earlier began to tremble violently as soon as the fist appeared, as if it could not withstand the terrifying pressure. At this moment, fear emerged in the hearts of all the cultivators. After seeing the fist, they had an instinctive urge to kneel down, as if it was the highest life form in the world, and also the strongest attack. And such a blow, not to mention destroying this small planet, it was even possible to destroy the entire star field. The middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically. She looked at the fist that had rushed out of the distorted space, and her face was filled with fear and despair. Of course, she knew what it was. Back then, this thing was lost in her hands. It was also because of this that when Wuji arrived, he almost destroyed this star field. But she did not expect that the thing that Wuji did not find back then would fall into the hands of the Doff family and now appear here. During this time, the one whose expression changed the most was Zi-Chin. The moment the fist appeared, he knew what it was. This was the right arm of the god of heaven, or rather, the right hand of the god of heaven. However, it was not the kind of existence that was sealed, but the complete right arm of the god of heaven that was not sealed. Seeing Zi Chen's change of expression, Daf Hill laughed loudly, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes again, looking even crazier. This was his plan. He would use this strongest method to kill Zi Chen and everyone else, completely dispelling his inner demon, then bring his 3 slaves back to the family and begin to cultivate quietly, trying to break through to a higher realm. It was precisely because of the existence of the god's right arm that he was indifferent to the deaths of those people, even though it had been weakened for countless years. He even felt that it was a pity that 2 of the saints had escaped. In Daf Hill's heart, those saints did not die in vain. Their deaths had successfully triggered the inner demon in his heart, causing his hatred to accumulate even more. This way, after killing everyone, the inner demon would be completely dispelled. Although the inner demon in his heart could not be dispelled, it would become the direction of his efforts. Without the inner demon, the pressure would become the motivation to help him break through to a higher realm. This fist went straight for Zi Chen. He would be the first target he killed, followed by the saints, the tribe, the planet, and finally the star field. He wanted to completely dispel the inner demon, so he would make this star field disappear along with it. He could not do all this, but the right arm of the God of Heaven could definitely do it. However, could the right arm of the God of Heaven really do it? Chapter 2199. The aura emanating from the God's right arm made everyone feel despair. This was the real end of the world. With just one punch, the light was enough to make the world collapse. Even the ancestor of the Yu clan was in despair, let alone the others. The fist, which carried an aura that made people want to worship, was headed for Zi Chen. He would be Daf Hill's first target, and the first person the god's right arm would destroy. It was believed that Zi Chen would not even have a corpse left after this punch landed. The aura of despair filled every corner. Facing this punch, Zi Chen's right hand was still clutching his chest. He could feel the power of this punch, and he could feel the aura of despair that filled this world. However, he did not feel the despair that he had imagined. His expression was very shocked, and there was a touch of disbelief and a touch of undetectable strangeness. His left hand that was holding the scabbard loosened, and the scabbard fell to the ground. Zi Chen did not pay attention to it. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and the aura of the god's left arm that Yaozu had sealed for him was fully released at this moment. This left arm had been sealed for too long, and a lot of energy had been lost. Although the aura was still very strong, it was much weaker than the aura of the god's right arm at this moment. However, the aura of the 2 came from the same source. Just like the Saint Crystal that Zi Chen had condensed, it corresponded to a heavenly realm expert. At this moment, the aura of his left arm was like that of a heavenly realm expert, and the god's right arm was equivalent to that of the Saint Crystal. After releasing his aura, Zi Chen clenched his fist and punched out. Instead of calling it a punch, it was more accurate to call it a block. This was because not only was the punch powerful, but it was also very fast. As soon as it rushed out of the spatial passage, it arrived in front of Zi Chen. Zi Chen's heart began to beat violently. The piercing pain disappeared and was replaced by excitement, just like when he had sensed the god's left arm boom. Kami's right arm was powerful and ferocious. In everyone's imagination, Zi Chen would be blasted to smithereens by this punch. But things didn't go that way. When the powerful fist arrived in front of Zi Chen, it suddenly stopped. The violent wind blew Zi Chen's robe and swept up Zi Chen's black hair, making a rustling sound. Zi Chen stood there and punched out his left fist with great difficulty. It stopped in front of Kami's right fist. After that, there was silence. There was only a terrifying surge of energy, a whistling wind, and a strong heartbeat. How could this be? Daf Hill, who was laughing madly, suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him, not understanding what was going on. How could such a powerful punch be blocked by Zi Chen's tiny fist? Moreover, the sudden sound of a heartbeat between the heavens and the earth made him feel very uncomfortable. Heaven and earth became quiet again. This scene was far beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone who looked at this scene in the sky woke up from their despair and stared blankly at the sky. There, Zi-chan was still standing. His tiny fist blocked the terrifying fist. Could it be? The middle-aged woman vaguely guessed the reason, so she was even more shocked. But in addition to the shock, a gratified smile appeared on her face again. Zi-chan could sense that this punch was very powerful. It could even destroy a star field. But the moment this fist appeared, Zi-chan guessed that it might not hurt him. Of course, it was just a guess. There was no way to prove it. If he wanted to prove it, he had to release his aura and punch with his left fist. He could only punch with his left fist. In the end, his guess was right. Daph Hill's greatest weapon had stopped right in front of him, and as his heart beat faster and faster, Zi-chan gradually discovered that there seemed to be some kind of connection between him and this god's right fist. This connection was like a family member calling out to him. The heart was an existence second only to spiritual sense. It was the most important thing. Zi-chan believed that the god's spiritual sense had long been obliterated. The only thing that was not dead was the physical body. In the physical body, the heart was the real core, the real boss. This right arm of the god, which was obviously not completely refined and tamed, would definitely not hurt the boss after sensing the existence of the boss. It might even stay by the boss's side. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the thumping sound made everyone's heart feel uncomfortable. You have the heart of the god in your body. Damn it! How could you have the heart of the god? Suddenly, a sharp scream came from Daph Hill's mouth. At this moment, his voice had completely changed, and he seemed to be very flustered. His eyes regained their clarity, and they were full of disbelief. The god's right arm was his greatest reliance. Zi-chan did not pay attention to Daph Hill. He only stretched out his right hand tentatively. His right hand slowly moved forward, preparing to land on the god's right arm. Damn it, get out of my way. That's mine. Daph Hill screamed and rushed over. Boom! The light on the god's right arm became brighter again. The light was like a sharp sword, and it pierced through Daph Hill's body. Daph Hill's body was sent flying again, and the connection between him and the god's right arm disappeared at this moment. There was no trace of blood on his face. It was unknown whether it was because of his injuries or because of the shock. In any case, he knew that he was finished. He was indeed finished. He was completely finished. Zi-chan's right hand had already landed on the right arm of the heavenly deity. The heavenly deity's right arm began to vibrate, releasing terrifying waves of energy. These waves of energy intentionally bypassed Zi-chan and dispersed in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of it was the spatial vortex behind him. It completely collapsed, and the god's right arm was no longer under Daph Hill's control. It completely regained its freedom. Then, the right arm began to shrink bit by bit. In the end, under everyone's stunned gazes, the god's right arm became the size of a normal arm and merged with Zi-chan's right arm. This merging was very simple, and it was completed in an instant. After that, Zi-chan's right arm was pulled down. As if the right arm was extremely strong, Zi-chan's body tilted, and then he sat diagonally in the air. He shrugged his right arm and looked at Daph Hill in the distance. The latter's eyes were full of despair. However, when he saw Zi-chan, the despair in his eyes turned into deep hatred and resentment. He looked at Zi-chan and said, "Zi-chan, I will remember you. I will not let you go." It should be said that I will not let you go. Zi-chan looked at Daph Hill and said coldly. At the same time, the sword spirit appeared beside him, ready to kill his opponent. Haha. Daph Hill laughed again. His eyes were no longer red, but his expression was very crazy. He ignored the wounds on his body and stood up again. You think this is my real body? Haha, this is just my clone. Defeating my clone is nothing to be proud of. When my real body comes out, it will be the time of your death. Zi-chan's expression was obviously stunned. He had never expected that this Daph Hill was just a clone of the real body. However, looking at the void monarch tree in his opponent's body, which was gradually showing its real body, Zichen understood why his opponent's clone could exist for so long. When my real body comes out, I will kill you. Don't run away because of fear. Even if you run to a life star, I will go there and kill you myself. Daf Hill's body gradually became blurry. It was a sign that his clone was disappearing. The moment before it disappeared, he grinned at Zichen. Zichen, take good care of the god's right arm for me. When the time comes, I will personally take back what belongs to me. Also, I will take away your god's heart and left arm. For some reason, Daf Hill's last sentence was transmitted through voice transmission. Daf Hill's body completely turned into energy and disappeared, leaving nothing behind. However, the void monarch tree, which had lost its host, appeared in the sky. Just like the void monarch tree. After it appeared, its body kept disappearing, as if it was in between reality and illusion. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of starlight descended from the sky and covered the void monarch tree. The void monarch tree stopped disappearing and stood quietly in the sky. Once this thing loses its host, it will disappear very quickly if we don't seal it with energy in time. Xing Chen's voice sounded. Everyone walked over from afar. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity, as well as unconcealable shock. What happened today was simply too shocking. Everyone looked at Zichen with admiration, shock, and a strange expression, especially the three Zambo siblings. They couldn't understand why such a powerful attack would stop in front of Zichen. Moreover, Zichen had only stretched out his hand and put away the attack. Although they didn't understand, the three of them admired Zichen even more. At this moment, they were sure that if Zichen wanted to, it would be too easy for him to destroy the Zambo family saints. At this moment, they had made up their minds to get on good terms with Zichen. This time, they had indirectly offended Daf Hill. If they didn't get on good terms with Zichen, they would have suffered a great loss this time. Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, Zichen also smiled lightly. This battle was really dangerous. Fortunately, Daf Hill's trump card was the god's right arm. If it was a saint weapon, then today would have been really troublesome. But before he could greet everyone, his body, which was sitting diagonally in the air, fell little by little to the ground. Seeing Zichen like this, Xingchen asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" I also, before Zichen could finish his sentence, his body began to descend faster and faster. Finally, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Zichen's figure appeared in the big hole, and his voice came from the ground. "I didn't want to do this, but it's too heavy. I really can't hold it anymore." Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other and then burst into laughter.